You సార్ మా వాయిస్ చాలా క్లియర్గా ఉందా?
ఎన్ఆర్సీ కాకినాడ సార్.
ఎన్ఆర్సీ కాకినాడ సార్ వాయిస్ క్లియర్గా ఉందా? అయితే ఎక్కడికి
ఇలా ఒకటి.
సార్ ఎన్ఆర్సీ కాకినాడ వాయిస్ వినిపిస్తుందండి?
హలో వినిపిస్తుంది సార్. హలో కాకినాడ వినిపిస్తుంది సార్.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ ఆల్ అండి. ఒకసారి అటెండెన్స్ చెప్పండి. ఒకసారి జాయిన్ అయిన వాళ్ళు రెస్పాండ్ అవ్వండి. ఉమెన్ విశాఖ, ఎన్ఆర్సి ఉమెన్ విశాఖ. ఒకసారి మీ ఆడియో చెక్ చేయండి. ఎన్ఆర్సి ఉమెన్ విశాఖ.
Sir, responding, sir. Good morning, sir. Sir, good morning, sir. Sir.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ మేడం.
Sir, responding.
డికేడబ్ల్యూ నెల్లూరు.
మార్నింగ్ సార్.
సార్ మార్నింగ్ సార్. ఎన్ఆర్సి కడప.
Responding, sir.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్.
Morning, sir.
ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంటూరు.
Sir, good morning, sir.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్.
Sir, audio okay na, sir?
ఓకే సార్.
Okay.
ఫైన్, బాగుంది. ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంతకల్. ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంతకల్. సార్ అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకోండి. మ్యూట్ లో ఉన్నారు, అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకుని మాట్లాడండి. ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంతకల్. సార్ మాట్లాడండి ఇప్పుడు. సార్ మీ ఆడియో బాగాలేదు సార్. అసలు ఆడియో అర్థం కావట్లేదు, మీది వాయిస్ అర్థం కావట్లేదు. ఒకసారి అది చెక్ చేసుకోండి సార్, మరలా మాట్లాడేది కానీ. ఎన్ఆర్సి రాజమండ్రి. ఎన్ఆర్సి రాజమండ్రి. సార్ ఎన్ఆర్సి రాజమండ్రి, ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్. సార్ వాయిస్ బాగా లోగో వస్తుంది, ఒకసారి చూడండి సార్, అది కొంచెం ఇంక్రీజ్ చేసుకోండి. ఎన్ఆర్సి తాడేపల్లిగూడెం.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. We are ready, sir.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ మేడం. ఎన్ఆర్సి తణుకు.
Sir, ready, sir?
ఓకే సార్. మార్నింగ్ సార్. ఎన్ఆర్సి శ్రీకాళహస్తి. ఎన్ఆర్సి శ్రీకాళహస్తి, ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్.
Morning, sir. Satish Kumar.
Sir, please, once again.
Yeah, Satish Kumar. This is Satish Kumar.
Yeah, okay, sir. Fine.
Yeah.
సార్ గుంతకల్లో రెడీనా సార్? మీ ఆడియో ఒకసారి చూడండి. ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంతకల్, ప్లీజ్ చెక్ యువర్ ఆడియో సార్. సార్ అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకుని ప్లీజ్ అన్మ్యూట్ యువర్ ఆడియో. Sir, your audio is not clear, sir. No, sir, not audible but not clear. There is no clearance, sir. No, sir, not clear. Sir, voice is coming, but there is no clarity. Sir, less clarity, less. NRC Vijayawada, please respond. NRC Vijayawada, SRR College, please respond. NRC Anantapur.
Anantapur responding, sir.
So, okay, sir. NRC Parvatipuram, please respond. NRC Parvatipuram.
NRC Parvatipuram response, sir.
Okay, sir. Sir, NRC Guntukal, is it okay, sir? సార్ అసలు ఆడియో రావట్లేదు సార్. ఒక్కసారి మీరు ఆడియో అసలు బాగాలేదు. సార్ రావట్లేదు సార్. ఆడియో వస్తుంది బట్ దెర్ ఈస్ నో క్లియరెన్స్. లేదు సార్, ఆడియో రావట్లేదు. ఒకసారి చూడండి సార్, ఒకసారి చెక్ చేయండి. లేదా కొత్త ఏదైనా ఎక్విప్మెంట్ ఉంటే తీసుకొచ్చి ఆడియో బాక్సెస్ ఏమైనా కొత్త స్పీకర్స్ ఏమైనా ఉంటే తీసుకొచ్చి పెట్టండి సార్. అక్కడ క్లియరెన్స్ అయితే లేదు అసలు. Sir, NRC Nandyal, please respond. NRC Nandyal.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning,
Single
sir.
responding, sir.
Okay, sir. Good morning. సార్ ఆడియో వస్తుంది బట్ క్లారిటీ లేదు. అసలు ఏం మాట్లాడుతున్నారో ఏం అర్థం కావట్లేదు. NRC Vijayawada, SRR College, please respond. SRR College, please respond.
Sir, good morning. NRC Vijayawada, sir.
Yeah, okay, sir. Good morning. Sir, NRC Kakinada, please respond. NRC Kakinada. NRC Kakinada, please respond. Please check your audio, sir. NRC Kakinada. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir. We are audible, sir. We are hearing.
Yeah, okay, sir. Fine. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, PVK and Chittur, please respond. PVK and Chittur. Sir, continue మాట్లాడండి. PVK and Chittur.
NRC Chittoor, sir. Hello.
ఓకే సార్ ఓకే బట్ వాయిస్ బాగా లోగా వినిపిస్తుంది కొంచెం వాల్యూమ్ ఇంక్రీజ్ చేసుకోండి.
Okay, sir.
ఓకే సార్ ఓకే. NRC Pileru, please respond. Piler. NRC Pileru. సార్ కొంచెం వాల్యూమ్ పెంచుకోండి సార్. Your audio is very low, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, okay. Madam Deksha, madam, good morning, madam. 5 more minutes, madam. Two more NRCs will join, madam. After that, we will continue, madam.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, once everybody is here, we'll also wait for our today's speaker and then we'll start.
Okay, madam. Okay.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ. శ్రీకాకుళం ఉమెన్ ఒకవేళ మీకు వెదర్ కండిషన్స్ బాగోకపోయినా ల్యాప్టాప్ తో కనెక్ట్ అవ్వండి ప్లీజ్. ఎవరిదైనా ల్యాప్టాప్ అండ్ మొబైల్ డేటా పెట్టి కనెక్ట్ అవ్వండి. డాక్టర్ విఎస్ కృష్ణ ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్. ఆల్రెడీ మనకి రీసోర్స్ పర్సన్ జాయిన్ అయ్యి ఉన్నారు. యా దీక్షాజీ వెల్కమ్.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. So there are few centers. Vishaka women kuda very few participants are there. Please ensure 100% participation. Master trainers as well as program coordinators, please ensure today. I also convey one message that as per proceedings, as per commissioner's instructions, all the participants need to pay 600 rupees for this program. So many principals complaining that some of the participants have not yet paid. Please ensure that also, because it is a very important program. And the 600 rupees is not sufficient for the principal to arrange all the logistics, including lunch, working lunch, your snacks, tea, etc. And of course, they are also putting their all efforts to keep up you very comfortably, because it is a marathon session. There are 3 batches are there. This will go up to 24th. So for an NRC principal, it is very difficult to manage everything. So in this connection, I request all the participants to pay immediately. Please very attentive. Please join by 9:30 and stay tuned until 5:15, because this is a schedule. There are some complaints that some are leaving in between, and before 5:15 also some are leaving. Some participants are leaving. Please don't do like that. Yeah, madam, please.
Yes, sir. So good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So moving on to our today's session, we have our speaker for the day here.
Yeah, welcome, sir. Murliji. Murliji is well known to all our state. Once again, welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Thank you. Please, madam, go ahead.
So I will take a moment to introduce Murlidhar sir to everybody. So he is a co-founder of Simply Train, Applied DigiConnect, UCI, Purnatvam Product Engineering and Management, Design Thinking, Education, and he has also trained education leaders in over 50 countries. Sir, we are very glad and we are very fortunate to have you here
Thank
for
you so
the
much,
session.
Diksha. Thank you so much, Professor Anil, for this opportunity.
Welcome, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, audible.
Wonderful. I need to share a slide, so I hope I will be allowed to do that, because this is the first time that I'm using WebEx. I've used Zoom and Google Meet before. Let me just try and
Sir, now you are presenter, you can share it.
Okay, thank you. So share. Okay. What about audio? Does it come automatically?
Yeah, it is coming, sir. It is loud.
Okay, let me just see one more time.
Make it full screen, sir. Slideshow.
I'm just trying to see how I can. Okay, so I share the full screen. Share computer audio.
Your audio is good, sir. No issue. But the only thing is you have to share full screen.
So how do I do that? Is it not full screen now?
No, not full screen. Yeah, it seems like full screen. Okay, you can go ahead. You can. Yeah.
All right. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and good morning and welcome to this 1.5 hour session. you know, you must have noticed that right from the beginning and for many, many months now, you've been seeing change, right? A lot of change keeps happening, whether we like it or not. All our life, a lot of change keeps happening. But the one who's perceiving the change, that is you, me, right? If we are aware of whether this change is good for us or change is not good for us, that awareness is the first step in identifying what should we do to make a change for the better. So the nature of change, what does it mean? It means that nature itself actually keeps changing. That is the nature of the world. We talk about a VUCA world: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. It's a VUCA world. It's there from 20 years now. We've seen this. No one expected the COVID, but as a country, we strove up to it. We had online classes. I'm not saying it was the best, but given that it was a black swan event, once in a century event, we were able to pull our socks up and at least do 50 to 75%, right? So therefore, the concept of change, the nature of change, is something that we must understand well and then learn to embrace it. Because typically, as a human being, we don't like change. We just like to get up in the morning, do our daily routine, go to college, teach, come back, and take for a walk in the evening, have something to eat, watch some TV, sleep. We like doing it. We like being, absolutely in a routine. But a lot of things keep happening, many of it not in your control, where you will be forced to change. Right? So therefore, understanding the nature of change and embracing it and seeing how we can change for the better in the long-term view of yourself as a personal human being, personal values, personal vision, and of the institution that has employed you, the organization that has employed you. How do you work together to ensure that if there is something that you need to change, then you do it willingly, knowingly, with data, not with emotions. Okay, so I want to spend that next 1 hour on this concept of how we should be prepared for change. So let me start with, what do you mean by change is very natural? Let's look at this, right? Your hair grows 0.35 mm per day, right? The forehead skin is completely changed every 20 to 30 years. The eye remains fixed once you're born, and the cheekbone stops growing at 12, but still at 12 it's there. And the lungs are replaced, all the skin and everything in the lungs is replaced every 15 years. The heart stops growing, but the blood vessels is replaced every 120 days. The liver is replaced every 300 to 500 days. And the intestine, the internal intestine, is replaced every 5 days. And, the large intestine every 10 years. So everything is just a big initiation. You look at a little more detail. All right. If you get into it, red blood cells are replaced every 120 days. Fat storage cells are replaced 10 years. Pancreatic beta cells stop growing when you're 30 years, but till 30 it's growing. Right? The skeleton is replaced every 10 years. Skin cells are replaced every 39 days. Fingernails grow 0.1 mm a day. So the body is constantly changing. If the nature of the way world works is changed, why should we even be worried about things that are changing? It is the natural normal. Okay, so imagine if the body does not change. It's a big, big problem, right? So therefore, a lot of, things that we see in nature is what is natural. So change is natural, and we must see how we can embrace change and make a goal and vision for ourselves to see what is it that we need to change, how can we become more evolved human beings, more better contributors to our own health, our happiness, our society's happiness, our institutions' goals and vision. Okay, so keep that in mind. The first thing is that everything changes. You have been changing yourself, and some changes are for the good, some changes you did not expect, it didn't work out well. So you become aware of that and see how you can prevent that in the future. Okay. So why do we need to change? Look at what Einstein said. We're all, science people, commerce people. We're all intellectuals, and we all have a lot of respect for Einstein. If you always do what you always did, you will always get what you always got. So if you want something better, something different, some improvement, then we have to look at change very, very positively. So now let's look at the data-based scientific reasons. Technology is changing rapidly and affecting society. We could not have had this meeting today if technology did not enable it. All of you have mobile phones. You cannot imagine a life now without the mobile phone. So it has affected society. It has changed society, right? So you have no choice. The second one, the competition is no longer local but global. We had universities in India where thousands of people over different countries would come, and over a period of time, all that changed. We do still have universities where a few students are coming. When I mean few, probably in thousands. But do you know something? If you look at exchange, we have lakhs of students going abroad. So the competition to get a student to study in your institution is no longer local but global, right? So that's what's happening. Competition in every aspect, because of the way the world is connected, is no longer local but global. So therefore, if we have to make sure that we are there, right there at top of the competition, we have to change. Again, identify what is it that we need to change from a positive perspective. The third one, we've noticed this, and I spoke to you about this sometime few months ago, that we've been analyzing what's happening in the industry. Nearly all the top companies which employ in lakhs, they are now taking people who have the knowledge and the skills and are not worried about whether they have a degree or not, because they have no patience to train and they need ready workers. So whoever has the skill, does not matter whether they have a degree, they are employing them. So if we don't change in one sense and make sure that we get our students to be industry ready, right, and we are going to be in trouble, because the industry does not have patience. And if industry is not employing people from our institutions, why will students come to our institutions? I'll give you an example in the next slide. You'll see exactly what's happening in the industry. And this is specifically from one part of the industry, but it's going to happen in all industries as well, right? Every organization will evaluate return on investment. So if it's the government of AP, if it's the collegiate education department, it will evaluate how much am I investing in the college for its resources, for its salaries, and what is the return I'm getting. Eventually, somebody is going to ask questions. So therefore, identifying how can we ensure that the organization runs on the wheels of progress and on financial stability is very, very important. So this definitely, you heard Professor Anil just talk about it. He said, it's not easy to, look at the budget and see how you can plan people's stay, food for 5 days, within the same budget. So, and one more thing I've noticed, this is my experience, is that when you invest a little money, you're more invested in the program as well. So when you pay some money, you're actually more invested in the program. Many of you did the Art of Living programs. You were held captive. You had to be there and you did the programs. When we initially introduced the Art of Living programs, it was all free. But we found people were not staying for the third and the fourth day. Why? Because it was free. But when we started to charge money, because they wanted to ensure that they got their money's worth, they stayed till the end, right? So therefore, every organization, every society, it definitely needs security. It needs stability. Once those two are given, then what it needs is financial stability and progress, real seeing whether there is results are being delivered by the institution, what its vision is. Right? In your case, ensuring that all the students get gainfully employed, are useful in society, become entrepreneurs, and there is a method to do that. And all your senior people, the stakeholders, have gotten together and decided what should we do, how should we do, and you're all participating in this, you're all contributing to it. And as teachers, you have such a great amount of capability and responsibility. And so therefore, looking at that perspective, we have to remember that it's important that we have to identify and see what we need to change. One is why and what we need to change. So social media and NGOs are actively pushing for change, whether it's in climate, and you're seeing it. Summers have been much more hotter. So environmental activism is there, education activism is there, right? Even just yesterday, I saw Mamidala Jagdish Kumar, he made out a press release that now all the universities can offer, based on NEP 2020, a combination of programs, because they found that a lot of students in India cannot apply for some universities abroad for their master's or PhD because they don't have what is called a BS degree. Now, even if you have a commerce, some subjects in commerce, some subjects in science, you can combine that together and get a BS degree. So you see, the push from outside is so much that automatically, you need to coordinate and work with different sort of people and make sure that what you're doing is helping students, like I said, either get jobs, get employed, start up being an entrepreneur, or go abroad for higher studies. So therefore, there is definitely a push from many, many quarters for change. Okay. So one of the persons, Obama said, this change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. Okay, so keep that in mind. All that we've been doing now from a long time is to help you prepare body, mind, and soul for change. Right? I'm sure you must have noticed it yourself. You're much more healthier, you're much more happier, much more energetic, you're learning a lot more. And of course, not necessary that everything you learn from all people is going to be something that will be useful to you, but you decide, you use your intellect and you decide what is it that will help you become a better individual. And it's be selfish on this. I'm telling you again and again, you don't have to do it for somebody else. I want to repeat the story. Maybe you heard it from me when I came there or when I did online, right? The one who climbed the Mount Everest the first, Edmund Hillary, he was asked, was that the happiest moment in your life? He said, no. When I came down to the base summit of Everest, and there the villagers were all forced to become laborers or Sherpas, I spent time and money and built a school for the children there. And you can see there are nice schools there now. And that day when I taught the children, that was the happiest moment in my life, right? So therefore, you're already in that seat of education, right? So you just need to identify what is it that you need to do to make the vision a reality of ensuring students are completely well placed in society. Okay? And of course, like I said, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. I think it's an anonymous quote, but I found that it's very interesting because you can't change everything. You can change what is in your control, and you should know the difference, because otherwise you'll get so angry when things don't change. Okay? Sridhar Vembu is a good example. He said, in today's world, right, we have to not get worried about uncertainty, but to embrace uncertainty. You have to allow people to fail. You have to embrace uncertainty. Okay? And you have the power to do it. You have the power to do it. Towards the end, there's a YouTube link I've given here. This deck will be shared with you. Towards the end, I will stop sharing this slide and then share that video so you can see how one teacher in a remote school in the forest made a big difference because he wanted the students to learn. Okay? We'll see that a little later. Okay? So what we'll do now is we'll see examples in the real world of change. Right? In year 2021 in India, okay, total credit card transaction was about 630,000 crore. So it actually fell by 13.7%. So that means people started using credit cards lesser. That means they didn't travel much, they didn't go out much. That could be one reason. The debit card transaction was 660,000 crore, again about 6% fall compared to the earlier year. But the UPI, the digital miracle that we have, right, went up to 41,000 crore, a 92.5% increase. That means people did spend money, people did buy things, but they started using UPI. And today with the smartphone and UPI, we can't think of any other way. Very few of us are actually carrying cash everywhere. It's so easy to give the right amount. It's so easy to transact and pay for any services rendered. So it has changed. Today, the world is sitting up and taking notice. Correct? In Fortune 500, every year it lists the top 100, 500 companies in the world. Can you believe it? From 1955, only 52 companies have been in the same list. So that means 450%. That means 90% of the companies have dropped out of the top 500. Constantly things keep changing. You have to be on your feet. You have to be very active to make sure that the change does not push you, whereas you have to be the one embracing the change, not being complacent, pushing out, jumping out of complacency and making a difference happen. Okay, I'll show you the way the industry has moved over the last few years. See, from 2000, Coca-Cola was at the top of the world's list. It was the richest company in 2000. But see, over every year, how all the companies are shifting, what you can see on the screen. Okay, because typically Coca-Cola was something that people drank and it was there in almost 200 countries and so on. But over a period of time, computer software became more important. It started getting business from all parts of industry. It started, like we talked about, Industry 4.0. You see, Apple, Google, they started beating Coca-Cola. Then Microsoft, IBM. So you see, Coca-Cola started going back, right? And the top companies became the companies that had everything that you used every day. And people started becoming more capable of looking at health. So you see, constantly it changes, right? So we are all part of this, and therefore we must realize that if we don't change, the world will leave us behind. Okay, I've given you the link also where you will get this information of which are the 52 companies that have been in the list. Right? So keep that in mind. So it's not only nature, but we are seeing it validated in the society as well. Things are constantly changing. So let's see why did this happen and how the companies are on top. Okay, if you have a chat session or if you want to unmute or you want to talk amongst yourself, it's fine. I'm just going to give you a few seconds for us to do this. So let's look at the first one. Sony. What was the first product of this company? It's so famous now in audio, digital, in TVs, in so many equipments, it's famous. What was its first product? Okay, just discuss amongst yourselves, right? Because we don't have too much time. I just have one exercise later. I want that to be done very nicely. But this one, discuss amongst yourselves. Right? I'm just going to give you a list. So let's see. Sony, Nokia. All of us know about Nokia. At one time, before the smartphone, it had 65% market share. Those of us who are above 45, our first phone was a Nokia. And then all the other phones came into India and so on and so forth, right? So Nokia. Samsung, very famous brand. Almost either in phones or TV or refrigerators, we've heard of the Samsung brand. Lego, very famous in the US. It's slowly coming to India, but a lot of children all go through Lego blocks. Nintendo, very famous again for students. Nintendo gaming platform. They use Nintendo games. Lamborghini, very famous for its cars, high-speed cars. You have a Lamborghini means you have the fastest car in the world. Colgate. Most of us ended up our childhood having Colgate toothpaste and toothbrush. Colgate. IKEA. It's now come to Hyderabad. It's come to Bangalore. It's going to come to many places. But it's evoking a sort of build it yourself culture. So IKEA. LG. It was lucky gold star, but then they made it life's good. LG, again, we have used their air conditioners, we've used their phones, we've used their refrigerators. You'll be surprised at how these companies changed over time to be at the level where they have to constantly earn and pay their employees, keep their employees happy, keep their customers happy. So let's look at the first one. I'm sure none of you guessed it. How many of you know Sony started with a rice cooker? That was their first product, right? I think NRC KKD, Sony, electric rice cooker. The second one, Nokia, toilet paper. Toilet paper. Nokia started making toilet papers. And from toilet papers, they've now come on to phones and a lot of other networking products and networking protocols and even TVs. They have TVs now, Nokia. Samsung, it was originally a grocery store. You know, a grocery store in Korea. The owner of Samsung first ran a grocery store. Lego actually started with wooden toys, fixed wooden toys, just like so many wooden toys that we see all over the country. Later on, they came out with blocks and connected blocks, and today they have motors. You can actually build a beautiful product with Lego. Nintendo actually started with playing cards. It went into games, but originally started with playing cards. Lamborghini, you said, I told you the costliest car among the costliest car in the world. The original first product was a tractor for farmers. So everybody changes. Colgate, of course, soap, they're not there in soap anymore at all. I've not heard of a Colgate soap. I've not heard of Colgate candles. Okay. And IKEA originally started with pens. And LG with facial cream. Where is pens and where they are today, IKEA? Where is facial cream and where is LG today? Right? So each one of us has this capability to change for the better. Right? The world's best companies have done this over 100 years, 200 years. We can do it over the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years. Right? Change for what is required to make our students successful. Amazon, online bookstore. And today, all of us, everything that we need typically for a day-to-day living is available on Amazon. But they originally started with a bookstore. So why do we need to change? Main thing is change nurtures creativity. Right? When you do something, when you make a change, you cannot be creative if you are not embracing change. Right? You have basic materials in your kitchen. You have carrots, you have, radishes, you have so many things, but if you want to make a dish, you have to change the nature of that to boil it and to cut it into pieces and so on and so forth. So unless you change the way the product is, you cannot make it into a different product. So change nurtures creativity. So don't think change is negative. Oh my God, I don't want to change. No, it's a nice thing. It nurtures creativity. It nurtures courage. Not everybody can change. So if you can change and change willfully, pat yourself on the back because you're a courageous person. Okay? Change nurtures courage. Then change means taking calculated risk. Change doesn't mean that you simply change for the sake of change. No, that's being foolish. And all of us know that it's not difficult to take a calculated risk. That's why it's called calculated risk. You've got to calculate. What is it that I need to do? What is it that I need to give up to make this change? When I do something, will it overcome the benefits of what I have lost by giving up something? If it does, you should go ahead and make that change. That's what is calculated risk. Change means taking calculated risk. And then the fourth thing, this is very, very important, change nurtures continuity. If Sony had only continued with rice cookers, somebody else would have made better rice cookers at cheaper cost and Sony would have closed. If Amazon only sold books, Amazon would have closed. Because they changed, they were able to continue over 10, 20, 30, 40. And in Nokia's case, Nokia started in 1860, making toilet paper. So change nurtures continuity. So if you're capable of changing, you can be in a continuous earning mode, in a continuous delivery mode, in a continuous communication mode to your participants, to your students, to your society. So change nurtures continuity. So these are 4 absolutely amazing things about change. Okay. So therefore, what does it mean? That you have to embrace this uncertainty, take a calculated risk, and jump out of the shackles of complacency that I don't want to change. Let things go on as before. It's not going to work that way. Okay. So when you're complacent, you're compliant. You just want things to go as is. So that's not going to work. Right? Because somebody else will pull the rug under your feet, and before you know it, it's not there. We've seen many things happening like this. I just heard yesterday that, I think in which town is this? Yeah, in Karnataka government itself. Karnataka government has given the management of some of the water boards to a private organization because they were not able to run it. And so now a lot of employees are without jobs, right? And when they're given jobs, they're not able to do it. Why? Because they were so used to just doing job for 1 or 2 hours and resting, and then because there was not much work in the water board. But today they're in so much trouble because they've been given a severance package. But how long will a severance package last? Right? So it's very, very important to not be complacent. So moving away from whatever is told, I will do it, to saying that, let me see what I need to do. Because somebody at the top may give a circular, may give a government order, but you know in your college what is it that is needed to make the students come, stay, listen, learn, and become employable or create employment for others. Right? So you have to start taking responsibility yourself. Okay. So we'll do a group activity now. I know there are many master trainers in all the locations. I request help from the master trainers. You decide how you want to do it, in what groups you want to make 5, 10. You may be already doing this in the afternoon and after the session. So when you make these groups, I want you to identify them. If you sit in a group and each person writes down, what should I change to achieve personal and organizational goals? He spends 10 minutes in writing his or her own personal and organizational goals, and then spends, after the 10 minutes is over, spends another 20 minutes, okay, in discussing amongst the group, discussing what is, what is the discussion and what is the sharing of that knowledge, what can help them change, discuss it. So after half an hour, they can present. Right? They can present, you can select one group amongst in your group, at least one group per location, just for 2-3 minutes. What is it that they think is an important personal goal and an important organizational goal, and they should do it in a very interesting way. I think some of you have learned this technique. It's called the boots technique, but I'll share it on the screen for your benefit. Okay. B is benefits of the change, right? So you have to first, when you do it as a group activity, individually you write down, what is it that I need to change for both personal and organizational goal, and then document, when you discuss in the group, benefits of the change. Second, obstacles that may come when you try to make that change. Okay. Third, how can you overcome those obstacles? Having documented the obstacles, how can you overcome those obstacles? Fourth, now when you start overcoming those obstacles, you start making down notes. Or we can do this to overcome obstacle 1. We can do this to overcome obstacle 2. So then you will have task 1, task 2, task 3, right? And then when should you do these tasks, so that you are making a correct, clear plan for change. Okay. Is it clear to everyone? Yes, no? Can I have some thumbs up? That's the fastest way to communicate. Very nice. I can see a lot of people with the thumbs up. So now, can we have the master trainers help do this in the groups there? Okay, very clear and very simple exercise. You can be in groups, but you write down what is it that you need to change to achieve your personal and the institution that you're working, those goals. And right, making a note of that change, you have a 5-step process so that you can really achieve the change. It's called BOOTS, boots. Benefits, obstacles, overcoming obstacles, tasks that are needed to be done to achieve the change, and what is the schedule? When will you do this? When will you plan to complete the task? Okay. If you can make that, I'm sure it will help all of you to, actually look at change in a very positive sense. Right? That is what I want to achieve in this session. I want all of you to recognize that change, when you do a calculated risk, change is good, and therefore identifying what do I need to change in my personal habits, in my professional interactions, in my organizational goals, so that we can all together work towards a very vibrant, very prosperous Andhra Pradesh. Okay, so let's start this. So it's about 10:33. So maybe at 11:05, We'll have 25 minutes. We'll have 20 minutes. I have another 1 or 2 slides, but we'll have each team, each location, one team can sort of come to the mic and share what is it that one thing they think, is useful to change. Can we start this process? Can the master trainers in each location help me, please?
Good morning, sir.
Yeah?
Sir, this is from NRC Anantapuram.
Right, tell me, ma'am.
Shall we start the activity now only, sir?
Yes, please start. You have time till 11:05, half an hour.
Half an hour.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. So the line is clear. Identify what you need to change to achieve personal and organizational goals. It's a little bit of self-reflection and a little bit of discussion with everybody. Oh, we need to change this. We need to change this. I mean, you know better because your objective is very clear, end objective. So please discuss amongst yourselves. The master trainers can help in creating groups if required. Otherwise, it can be, a general discussion amongst 25, 30 people.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Yes.
I am speaking from NRC Anantapuram.
Uh-huh.
Meanwhile, the master trainers makes the participants into groups and start the discussion. I would like to pose a question to you, sir.
Right.
And sir, you have started the day with a beautiful topic and interesting topic.
Right, sir.
That is change. Why do we need change?
Right.
Sir, the change is permanent. We can see the same thing in our body as well.
Right.
Cellular division.
Correct.
So, but the thing is that what would you think the fashion of the change? I mean, is it a cyclical or any in a linear fashion?
It is cyclical, sir. It is cyclical. Change will come back, will always come back. See, like we discussed even when we were there, right? You find that sometimes the old values are really nice. Old things are really nice. So it's always going to be cyclical. But what is the cycle is different. So for some, the cycle is 2 years, some of them it's 20 years. For some, it's more. Bodies are cyclical, no? Even though physically we have this body, when we die, we will take another body. Isn't that cyclical?
Yes.
So it is cyclical. Always change is cyclical, but you have to be in the moment. You learned it in your Art of Living course. Be in the present moment. The present moment is inevitable, right? But be available for change, for the better. Right? Don't have to.
But a small problem is that we end up with what we have started in a cyclical change sometimes, or all the time.
Not all the time, sometimes. But then you'll have to identify why did that happen, right?
Okay.
Why did that happen? What did I do wrong? So what can I change the next time so that I don't get into this routine once again? See, this you must have noticed many people who smoke get into the same problem. They want to stop smoking, right? And they stop smoking for some time, and then they meet with people who smoke, and then they say, hey, don't worry, anyway, people who smoke also die the same time. People who live longer also, they don't smoke also, they die the same time. Why are you bothered? Come on. So then it's back to square one. So they have to constantly evaluate and see whether they're able to say that, no, this is for my positive. This is good for me. It's going to be good for my family if I stop smoking. So that acknowledging and identifying that change is important. And it takes time. I agree with you. It's cyclical, it takes time, but analyzing and finding out why it took time, why is it bad, is important.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead with your discussions amongst your own team. And we'd love to hear from you from 11:05 for about 15-20 minutes from each group. I'm sure you're all so well read, so accomplished. I'm sure we'll get some great ideas that every other team can adopt. And we will be recording the session. So we will share some of this for the next one. You're the first batch. So we will share some of this learning from this, in the next session starting next week.
Sir, one of our participants is ready to speak. Is it allowed, sir?
What do you suggest? Shall we wait for a few more minutes? It may disturb the other participants, right? But you'll be given the number one chance.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
You'll be number one. Just remember this. NRC is Tanuku, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Right. So Tanuku will be number one. Thank you so much.
Hello. సతీష్ అని ఉంటారు ఆయన
We have 10 more minutes. At 11, NRC Tanuko will start sharing. Anyone else who's ready can give the name so we can have it in that order. Right? Just 9 more minutes, people from NRC Tanuku, then you can share exactly at 11 a.m.
Sir, shall I say or shall I wait for 10 minutes, sir?
9 more minutes, ma'am. 9 more minutes. Exactly at 11 you can share.
Sir, from Krishna College, Visakhapatnam, we are ready, sir.
Very nice. Thank you, madam. You'll be second. Just after NRC Tanuko finishes, you can share. Okay?
After Dhanuko will come, sir.
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
So our side also, some of participants, please get ready.
Sir, from NRC, SRR Vijayawada.
Right. You
So
can start.
one of our participant is also ready.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, sir. You'll be third.
Yeah, okay, sir. Thank you,
Isaac
sir.
and then Vijayawada. Thank you so much.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Yeah, Kadapa can be fourth. Call you. I'll call you in that order. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir. Sir, good morning, sir. What is it, sir?
Good morning.
Will you give an additional time? It's hard to complete.
It's not very audible. I can just see that NRC Pilar is talking.
It is clear.
Okay.
Am I audible, sir?
Now you're audible. Yes.
Now audible?
Yes, yes.
Sir, will you give an additional time? Because very short time to do this activity.
You can do one thing. They'll start at 11. Probably your team can continue to work a bit, and then you'll get about another 10-15 minutes because there are 4 other teams already.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. From NRC Nandyal also, one of our participants ready, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You'll be fifth. We'll call you in that order. Thank you so much, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. We can start the presentations now or discussions on this topic from each of the centers. We'll start with Tanuku. I didn't see Tanuku now. They were there till now. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Ready, sir.
All right. Please present. Please talk about your discussions.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Please go ahead.
I am Padmalata from ASNM College, Palakollu, sir.
Uh-huh.
Very glad and happy to hear you again, sir. I have interacted with you in 2 TOTs for electrical appliances and solar energy, sir.
Wonderful, ma'am.
And now I am ready to give my presentation.
Please do that.
It is both personal and organizational goals, sir.
Right.
So our commissioner sir has introduced so many TOTs, and the same thing, that is fear complex in students, and even I am also having a little bit of fear complex. That is whether I am able to present it nicely or not before
Right.
an audience in such
Right.
meetings. So
Right.
how to overcome this fear or inferiority complex, both in me and in my students.
Right.
So to overcome this fear, generally students are not interested to speak before the lecturers or the teachers.
Okay.
But when they speak within themselves, they are free to talk anything, and they will discuss everything and anything.
Right.
So we have to create such a situation where they
Right.
can speak among themselves in
Yeah.
English, so that they can develop their English.
Right.
And we have to watch them secretly,
Yes.
and we have to give feedback to them that
Yes.
you have done well. Now you can do even more better.
Wonderful.
So go on speaking in English,
Right.
day-to-day things. That is, give me your pencil. Can I
Correct.
borrow your pencil?
Right.
The small sentences.
Hmm.
And still, what we can do is we can give 2 sentences in local language,
Correct.
and then ask them to just translate them to English.
Right.
So they will do it correctly, and by seeing their friends do that,
Yes.
they will also get motivated, and they will start speaking in English. And in this way, we have to cultivate speaking English in them, and
Right.
greater technical terms we have to inculcate in them. That is,
Right.
I got subjects, that is like physics, chemistry terms.
Correct.
Automatically they will get, but communication, and when they do any grammatical mistakes also, we should not point out, and we should encourage them more and more.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
This is what is my presentation, sir.
Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Very well done, ma'am. Very well done. The very fact that you have come and presented shows your beginning, and you have already overcome the fear. I'm sure your students will also do well, and everyone in NRC Tanuku. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Give them a big hand. Thank you so much. We now have Visakhapatnam, Dr. VSK GDC Visakhapatnam, NRC. You are second in that list. Please come, ma'am.
Sir, we are from Krishna College, Visakhapatnam, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I am Dr. Muralidhar, sir. Just I would like to give you my presentation on this topic, sir.
Right. Please go ahead.
Actually, the change is essential, as you told you, and change is very eternal, and change is inevitable in every aspect.
Very nice.
But what I would like to tell you that the benefits of change is also there, and the obstacles and resistance of change is also there, sir.
True. Absolutely.
The benefits is normally for organization, it improves employees or its morale and motivation, and it will also improve the skills of the personnel.
Right.
And it will improve the developing skills, communication skills, and whatever the soft skills will also be improved. In
Right.
addition to that, the person skills will also improve when there is a change is essential.
Right.
But not every change is leads to the good consequences and progressive of organizations, sir.
Agreed.
There are so many examples are there. If we change to some extent, it will give you positive impact as well as negative impact also, sir.
Correct.
That is obstacles of change. Normally, what the main obstacles of the change is the staff and the students may not ready to change for the changing itself.
Correct.
Because what happens is there is no the main overcoming obstacle of that is the main is needed preparation.
Right.
The preparation of the individual, preparation of the organizations is very essential for that.
Agreed.
What we need to do in this aspect is the better preparation and better change will lead to the better consequences in future.
Right.
The what my conclusion is, sir, okay, change is essential, change is inevitable. We have to change, we have to adapt to the change in every consequences, but not every change leads to the better consequences, sir. So depend on the situation, depend on the consequences, depend on the circumstances. We have to change accordingly, sir. That's what I would like to tell you from
Very
here.
nice. Very nice. Very well done. Like, so what you mentioned was clearly that you have to take a calculated risk.
Yes,
Make sure you change, whichever change is good for the better, do that.
Yes.
But not all change can be good. Identify that and see how you can overcome obstacles to any change and make a very detailed plan so that you make sure that you go towards the change.
Right.
Very nice.
Yes.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you so much.
Give them a big hand. Thank you so much. NRC VSK GDC Vasai. We now have, I think, Vijayawada. Yeah, we have Vijayawada now. That's the next thing.
Sir, one more.
From Visakhapatnam. Yeah, please go ahead.
Visakhapatnam, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Lalita, JSC Visakhapatnam.
Okay.
Sir, according to my knowledge,
We are ready, sir. Vijayawada.
Just give a second. They'll just finish from Vizag and then you can talk next. Okay. Thank you so much. Go ahead, ma'am, from Visakhapatnam.
okay, thank you, sir. Sir, benefits of the changes means to this is to avoid repeating the same pattern.
Right.
And so a change accordingly with the goal is needed because the student loses their interest with the repeated patterns of teaching. And abstracts generally will come because to take modifications in public or access is very difficult.
Right.
Sometimes we make this change as institutional. Sometimes it may implementation or they show this interest and they want to be in their comfort zones.
Right.
And to overcome this kind of things just by giving pros and cons of the proposed change, and that change is to be implemented, that is to be practiced. We must do it in a proper way.
Right.
And, coming to the task to implement the change and show the positive outcome, because if we couldn't show the positive outcome, others may not accept the change properly.
Very
and may create negative impact.
Very
and regarding the schedule, whatever we plan, we have to complete that without any lapses, because if we couldn't complete the task within proper time, it may take a short time or long, some maybe a short time goals or some maybe a long time goals.
Right.
That change needs a proper time. It takes some time, so we should complete it before these others lose the interest in that. So before it lapses, we have to complete it. So if we could manage all these steps regarding the changes, we can definitely and happily move with the positive changes. Thank you.
Very true. Thank you so much, ma'am. Very, very well put. Thank you so much. Can we have Vijayawada now? Please go ahead, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sucharita, lecturer in commerce. Firstly, I would like to present the changes which are needed by ourselves. So we need to start English medium instruction. Practice make man perfect. When we start practicing it, then automatically the students will implement it.
Right.
And we have to take some special care to prepare our teaching notes so that we can go through the English medium of instruction. And we need to take care of presenting the subject in technical words, and we have to help the students by giving the meanings of it.
Right.
So a special care should be taken for preparing the teaching notes in this particular perspective.
Right.
And we need to conduct group discussions and student seminars as well as mock interviews.
Right.
Unless and until the students come forward and practice it, they might make mistakes, but they can improvise by practicing all these things.
Correct.
And by ourselves, we have to prepare PPTs for each and every topic, and this should be implemented from the coming semester. So within a short span, we cannot achieve it, but we can start it, and thereby we can have an end goal, we can reach it.
Right.
Coming to the changes that we expect from the organizational point of view, is provide facilities by the organization like projectors in each and every classroom for PPT presentation. We all know that The oral presentations, when compared to oral presentations, visual presentations are effective. Though we pronounce the words in the classroom, the students are not even able to write the correct spelling. So the visual presentations will be more effective. We all know that.
Right.
So though we prepare PPTs, if there are not facilities to present the PPTs in the classroom,
Right.
that cannot be implemented. So we expect that change from organization. And the organizations have to strictly implement the rules regarding the poor attendance of the students. Unless the student is present to the class,
Right.
we cannot expect result from him.
Correct.
So the organization should not allow the students for the external exams with poor attendance. And organization should also adopt a good feedback mechanism system. How the learning and teaching process is going on in the medium of instruction or with regard to the subject content, a good mechanism of feedback system should be adopted by the organization so that the quality can be improved.
Yes.
And the organization should also reward the faculty as well as the students who are performing well. So, and this reward should be given impartially.
Right.
Partiality should not be followed so that there will be a real motivation from among the staff and the students.
Right.
And we also expect the role of English department, more role of English department with regard to this is a curriculum change. As if it is not introduced from the primary level, suddenly it is being introduced at all levels. The students from Telugu medium background might face some problems. So the curriculum with regard to the English language, if it is changed like a bridge course, for example, if it is changed to meet the needs of the Telugu medium students, then they can easily cope up and they can get rid of their fear.
Right.
And nowadays, the English language is being confined only up to third semester. Earlier, it was up to fourth semester. Now, it is the role of English has been reduced, and we are talking about English medium of instruction. So the role of English should be increased, and it should be even increased up to sixth semester. And English language labs, earlier there used to be English language labs. The students have to practice them. And we also should identify the students who are intelligent and provide facilities for writing articles in the magazines.
Very nice. Yes.
And we have to recognize them and reward them so that they can get motivated and practice it.
Very nice.
And if we do all these things, what are the benefits means? The organization will have good recognition in the local level, and we need not fight, we need not struggle for the admissions. So the people will be in queue in order to join our organization. So we need to have a specific, the organization as well as the staff have to have a good concentration on communication skills. So we have to provide good environment to the students so that they can express their views or problems and they can improvise themselves.
Wonderful.
So if we do all these things, definitely our staff and students can compete at a global level. So this is what the opinion of
Very,
this
very well
particular
put.
center, sir.
Very well put, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
interesting and insightful presentation. Thank you so
Thank you
much
for the
everybody.
opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we have Kadapa? Kadapa?
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Please go ahead.
We are from Kadapa, sir. What is change that allows to move forward in life and experience view and excitement, sir? So we want to take 3 major subjects to single major subjects, sir. So what are the benefits of the change? About the change of 3 major to single major.
Right.
So complete knowledge on single interested subject. Students develop more skills.
Okay.
And students will get more opportunities through employment, sir.
Right.
What are the obstacles that will come? So first one is student opted subjects, sir. Because they are coming from intermediate, they don't have any idea about the subjects. So for getting the single subject, they have no idea. Their parents also no idea, sir. Second one, lack of resources, sir. Third one, minimum lack of awareness on other subjects.
Okay.
Students after difficult hours, after difficult subjects.
Okay.
English medium is one of the obstacles.
Okay.
So there are obstacles and overcoming providing awareness to the students and parents,
Right.
improving resources as necessary, improve English to students.
Okay.
So these are the overcoming. And what are the tasks?
Mm-hmm.
Programming of syllabus,
Okay.
prepare material,
Okay.
gather research,
Mm-hmm.
schedule to complete the task,
Mm-hmm.
providing curriculum planning,
Mm-hmm.
framing of syllabus. So at last, my opinion, according to this is, it is somewhat, it will take some more time
Mm-hmm.
to implement
True.
3 major to single measures.
True, true. Well begun is half done. You've all started that process very well. I'm sure that, with your dedication and with your commitment to change, even the students will be much more inspired by it and will do that. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing. I was told there's one more person from Kadapa who wants to share. Please go ahead.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Professor. Please go ahead.
Online benefits of online is very easy to deliver.
Okay.
So the remote areas student lecturers is also for the remote areas.
Mm-hmm.
And also more students. It is just like work from home. It is very convenient to listen lessons from home also.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the cost of transport is also reduced.
Okay.
This because technology are there, internet and computer links, technological conditions to purchase electronic batteries.
Okay.
These are the obstacles we identified. Next, overcoming the obstacles. And keep the students change the
Okay.
keep the students active, overcome technology shortcoming, facilitate more areas through the for this online teaching. Next, tasks in detail.
Right.
Planning, developing, organizing, interaction, implementation, assignment, record of experience and people.
Okay.
Through online teaching, we can record our lesson.
Okay.
We can share the audio link or video link to the students through WhatsApp also.
Makes sense.
Schedule to complete the class, setting up date and time. Advanced intelligence students, motivation of students to work online teaching. These are the points we identified regarding online teaching. This is my presentation regarding online teaching.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much from Kadapa. Can we have Nandyal now? NRC Nandyal? Are you ready? After this, we'll have Tyler.
Yes, sir. GDC, NRC Nandyal, sir.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Myself, T. Jhansi Rani, lecturer in computer science.
Uh-huh.
Sir, now I'm going to say the changes that I want in the organization, sir.
Okay.
The major change we are expecting is to increase the admissions in our college.
Very nice.
So the benefit by increasing the admissions is, as our college is in the rural background, and all the poor students has to be benefited.
Right.
So for this, we want to increase. And what are the obstacles that we have is, we have a heavy competition from the private colleges.
Okay.
So all the students are getting attracted toward the private colleges.
Right.
And another important obstacle that we have observed is all the students have the very poor financial status where the families are lagging behind getting into the admission, sir.
Okay.
So in order to overcome this, on par with the private colleges, we are expecting to increase the amenities and the infrastructures of our college to attract the students, sir.
Okay.
Another thing that we want to overcome is to motivate the parents by giving the awareness on value of education
Okay.
and explaining them that the students or the children future is only through the studies,
Right.
not by sending them to the daily wage work, sir.
Correct. Correct.
We just want to motivate the parents.
Okay.
And now, as a task, we want to increase the amenities and we want to identify where our college is lagging in the infrastructure or amenities in
Right.
par with competition with the private colleges.
Right.
And another thing is, for this, we want to make the video on the facilities that
Very
currently our college is providing.
Very
And also we want to distribute the pamphlets so
Right.
the rural background people will be aware of the college and
Right.
the facilities that are provided.
Very
And
nice.
as per this schedule, we want to make the videos and present this in the social media, like news channels or newspapers,
Right.
during the admission campaign, sir.
Very nice. Very well done, ma'am. Thank you so much. Give her a big hand. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much from Nandya. Can we have Pilar now? Pilar? Am I getting it right? Is it pillar or pilar?
Sir?
No, you're done. There's a NRC, GDC, SG. Is it pilar or pillar? They had raised their hands. You have to unmute, sir. I see you're on the mic.
It is pillar, sir. Pillar.
Pillar. Okay. Pillar, please unmute. Yeah, please go ahead.
Am I audible, sir?
We can hear you now. Please go ahead. You have unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. We are presenting on this topic our our participant will
Okay.
present now. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Professor. Please go ahead.
My name is Jilani Bhavesh, sir. I am working as a student computer science, sir. So based on this task, what are the benefits will be done? The changes we have, the positive benefits of changes from the workplace, sir.
Okay.
We have to encourage and then innovations to be done, and then promotions to be done,
Right.
and then better system moral values. And you can gain confidence when you stumble. The changes we find out what we are really made of.
Right.
You become more flexible. Your lifestyle will be enhanced.
Right.
You are motivated. You develop more skills. You become more compassionate. To attract more opportunities.
Okay.
Then what are the obstacles that will come? And when you are doing like this, people often have the natural tendency to changes.
Okay.
Resistance to change, lack of awareness or understanding, fear of the unknown, lack of resources will be there.
Okay.
And then organization culture and structure should be changed. Overcoming establishment of practice and habits.
Right.
Overcoming obstacles reveal your true identity. Obstacles direct your action. Obstacles make you together.
Right.
Obstacles enable you to focus what forms you have.
Right.
Obstacles unleash your creativity.
Right.
Obstacles help you find meaning to your life.
Right.
And what are the tasks in detail? Inspirational design.
Right.
Graphic elements from the world best design. Set of tasks relevant data to be mined. The process of learning about ordinary users to observing them in action. It involves efficient scheduling, effective prioritization, load management,
Okay.
excellent attention in detail. This will be done in the task. Then what are the schedules to complete the task? Find your preferred scheduling template. Create a list of tasks or goals to complete. Decide how long to spend on work.
Okay.
In personal tasks.
Okay.
Add the tasks to your schedules. Give yourself plenty of time to complete the task.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much from Pillar. Can we have now Government Women College Vishaka? you can go next, please.
Sir,
Go ahead.
yeah, this is from sir. We have taken one point of the children. The other is the communication system. We have taken the communication system right. And one of the social skills, we have taken the patience, only way. And when it's a shape we are talking this, we are the most important part in our life. So we need to have skills, they are to be better education for the students, better access to the students.
Okay.
We are with the other skills, we can give our best chance to the students, that is my observation. So, we get the more education from public as well as the officials.
Right.
So that we get education and we can learn from education and students are also very happy to join this service.
Okay.
But there are so many things are unfair and it's not be there. One of these, we need to prepare and then we have to, one thing is, performance. We need to take compulsory longer life is more.
Okay.
So, we can government and convince that this community, we need to give the practices like reading, writing, listening, speaking skills, and these are the tasks we need to follow. And otherwise, in order to maintain regular practice, we need to practice very well on daily basis. All the right feeling and speaking skills. If you practice daily, you will overcome the problem and finally get solution get.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Those are the teacher always practice and knowledge. They have to do it. They have to take care of the
Okay.
that's why if we have this character, the will help us to understand the spirit that and the students can easily approach us. But the teacher can understand the behavior and not steal over him, cannot forget him, cannot go over him, so that he is very good, very fast, and he can make it further.
All right, all right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are running a little short of time. Thank you so much from Vishaka Women's College. We'll just have two more teams now, Kalahasti and Anantapur. All right, can we have Kalahasti quickly 1.5 minutes and then
Yes, sir.
Anantapur 1.5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. We are representing.
Can we have Kalahasti first and then Anantapur? Kalahasti, please go ahead. Okay. Good morning, ma'am.
Mathematics. This is the Usharani, lecturer
Okay.
mathematics, sir.
Okay.
My topic is traditional classroom teaching versus ICT based teaching, sir.
Very nice.
After COVID, also changed our teaching methods from traditional blackboard teaching to ICT based teaching, sir. The
Okay.
benefits of the ICT based teaching are more effective with the help of videos and by showing the models, sir. It is
Very true.
very easy to understand, sir. Easy
Right.
to share materials, sir.
Right,
Very benefit to the students, sir.
right, right.
The obstacles are the lack of usage, sir. Internet facility in rural areas, sir.
Right, right.
Students are lagging behind
Infrastructure. True.
to use the ICT tools, sir. Overcoming the obstacles, the following steps should be taken, sir.
Okay.
Parents should monitor the students
Okay.
without misusing the mobile, sir.
Right.
Continuous assessment should be done by the teachers.
Okay.
The training program should be conducted, sir.
Right.
The student-centric methods were promoted, sir, during ICT-based teaching, sir.
Right.
The involvement of students,
Mm-hmm.
the increased, sir. We have given online assignments and quiz, etc., for the benefit of the students.
Okay.
Using Google Classroom, etc., the teaching became more effective, sir.
Right. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much from Kalahasti. Anantpur, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. From Anandpur. So, we are presenting physical change, about the physical change. Physical change is involuntary and psychological change is voluntary. And there is a age-wise growth, mental maturity, awareness on thinking and surroundings.
Right.
After teenage, involvement in social, political, economical, and cultural participation.
Right.
So, radical political and social, economical changes to the society by well-known persons
Okay.
like Karl Marx, Ambedkar, Gandhi, J.M. Keynes. So, some of the obstacles are religion, untouchability, superstitious beliefs, illiteracy, are some of the obstacles which.
And how can we overcome them?
Yes, awareness, immaturity also.
Okay.
And overcoming obstacles are communication with family members and other society members.
Right.
And next is understanding the impact of change. So all of them are involved in the process of change and sustain the change as per new norms.
Right.
Task is gender inequality, economic inequality, human justice.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Sorry.
And another professional also is there. These are the personal, sir. Just within 1 minute, we'll complete professional also, sir.
Okay, okay, go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Madhavi. I would like to share the views of our team about the benefits of the change in professional life, sir.
Okay.
First one is physical change is involuntary and psychological change is voluntary.
Okay.
For our professional development, we always need a change like getting qualifications, more qualifications, and involvement in training programs like this.
Right.
Adapting to new environment and to cope with the people around us.
Right.
And another thing is changes should be in the form of developing good skills, friendly nature among the people, respecting others.
Right.
All these lead to self-discipline and to face challenges, sir.
Very nice.
And these are the benefits. And when it comes to know the professional obstacles, because of lack of communication skills and technical skills like ICT, many are suffering, and because of health issues and family issues, if they are belonging to orthodox family, it also causes some obstacles, and because of their introvert nature and saying always yes to all the issues, it is also an obstacle. We decided, sir, just now. And gender discrimination is also a major issue, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much
for giving me this
Thank you so much, ma'am. Maybe we'll have one last team, Srikakulam. Because we are running out of time, I can accommodate day after tomorrow. I'm taking a session in the morning. I can accommodate. Or if the host is okay to allow for a few more minutes, then I saw that Tadepalli Gudam also raised their hand. So it's up to the host, madam. Sorry, we are running out of time. Srikakulam, please just take 1 minute, ma'am. Please go ahead. Of course, we'd love to hear all of you, but kya kare? We are running out of time. Go ahead, Srikakulam.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Professor.
This is from NRC Srikakulam.
So
first I go with benefits of the change.
Right.
So actually in higher education institutes, the organizational success is based on students' higher education and student progression.
Right.
So in this regard, communication skills plays vital role for their success. That is promotion to higher education and even in their employability.
Right.
So in this present competitive scenario, so we feel it is very essential for all the individuals and students to develop command over English language, to have good communication skills.
Very nice.
So I feel graduation is a crucial step for the higher education and their progression.
Right.
So at this level, it is essential to introduce English as a medium of instruction to meet the global requirements.
Okay.
So these are all the benefits, and many more we have, but due to time factor,
Right.
I'll go to the obstacles. And the main obstacles in especially coming to the government colleges, most of the students are from rural areas,
Right.
and they are from diverse focal capabilities and diverse cultures, and their family backgrounds, social backgrounds, everything matters. So first, and because of that, their primary education and the secondary education also, they were taught in their local languages. So the students actually, they will lose interest also,
Right.
and fear complex. So these are all the obstacles now we observe in our students. And after coming to the graduation level, mentoring, student mentors play significant role.
Right.
I mean, to overcome the obstacles in higher education institutes, we have mentoring system,
Very nice.
and teachers and mentors, they play significant role in motivating their students to overcome their fears and whatever the drawbacks they feel, their inferiority complexes, and they used to suffer with many complexes.
Right.
And gender discrimination is also coming to the women colleges. We can come across a gender discrimination also. So these mentors, they have to first identify and recognize the students from diverse capabilities and their cultures, their family, and mentors usually do that thing in the colleges.
Right.
So we have to first create the interest in the students regarding the language, what is the importance of the language in their higher education, and we must make our students comfortable, to feel comfortable with us, and we have to motivate them to accustom and to adopt to the present situations, and make them to flow with the competitive world. So also everyday tasks, we have to make them exercise to read the books loudly in English language, so that they can improve the reading skills, listening skills, and speaking skills like that.
Right.
And also we have to give involve and indulge them in daily tasks like doing exercises and reading English magazines, English newspapers, and give them some exercises like writing about the synonyms, antonyms, and writing the new words to discover, explore the importance and the beauty of speaking the English language. So with our discussion, we have concluded all these points, sir.
Very nice.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Very well done, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. If Professor Anil allows, we can have NRC Tade Palligudam,
Madam.
because we're already about 6-7 minutes. Time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can.
Okay, Professor NRC Talegudam, please go ahead. You had raised your hand. NRC Talegudam.
Sir, this is
So we have discussed, we have projected back to the outcome is they have overcome some issues regarding higher education and the relevant schools. But with benefit of change in higher education. So the CNE law of nature and better still for say, except evaluation of other environment. So in the sphere of higher education also changes are observed.
Okay.
So change is in arrival. So what the benefit of change? Particularly, the change would still and thanks to learning of education system. Particularly, let's say the global competitiveness will be taking place across the stakeholders.
Okay.
And these are the major benefits of changing the education level. Next, coming to obstacles. What we call the resistance to change. We have been to traditional methods teaching, but we never accept change at the first point. So the mindset of the teachers and the taught needs to be changed.
Okay.
So that is the major obstacle that we come across in the process of change. and lack of resources also.
Okay.
Not only the facts, our colleges have been getting some physical place here, but as the globalization is sweeping, we need our colleges to be digitalized, digital resources. Everything should be, we should have some state-of-the-art technical operators to upgrade the skills. So that is the major skill in the area of the overcoming effective communication will be implemented. The awareness about the staff, students, and particular benefits. All those things should be smart analysis. We should communicate the things, the stakeholders, and the teachers also.
Okay.
The thing, resources, capacity building. These are some of the obstacles that come on the way of change.
Okay.
Taking a task for the way of changing curriculum design, technological integration to faculty development. Taking it what we are now. These are all part of change. It's a task of which
Okay. Right.
But the schedule, sir, schedule actually we are heterogeneous, must be cultural, geographical, and other things.
Right.
So schedule should be framed in such a way that it should be different. Identity and stakeholders.
Right.
These are our deliberations of the deliberations.
Right. Thank you so much from Tadepalliguru. Professor Anil, I think most of the sessions we finished. There were two other people, but we are running out of time. So
Yeah.
we can
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you so much for participating. And all the best. I'll see you day after tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I request all the participants to take 10 minutes break for the tea break and kindly join again within 10 minutes. Thank you. Next speaker is already there. Rosalind Madam will be taking class. So within 10 minutes, I request all the participants to come back. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, please.
Shall I sum up?
Yeah, you please sum up, sir.
Yeah. Sir, this is B. Rajarao, lecturer in economics, Dr. Krishna Government Degree College, Visakhapatnam. I am here pleased to sum up. Sir, change is inevitable. As we know, the change from olden age to new and modern age, the technology, economical changes, social changes, all the changes are to be changed. As you know, the Kodak, this is the best camera, but it has so much of 30,000 people, employees, but it is a redundant technology, so that it is collapsed. So the change is inevitable, as you have said. It is in the field of technology and everything. There are gadgets to be connected to the mobile phone. In coming days, the technology will be changed to a greater extent. Of course, sensing, so in every field of technology and every field, the change is inevitable and some of the changes. Thank you. Video.
We hope all participants are ready for next session. Dr. V.S. Krishna, NRC College, Srivani ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We are ready.
Okay, ma'am. Rosalina ma'am, did you present in SRR ma'am? May I know this information? Rosalina ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Rosalind ma'am is ready. Just one moment.
Okay. I request Dr. Srivani ma'am from Dr. V.S. Krishna to introduce our eminent resource person today.
Am I audible, madam? Will you introduce yourself?
You
Am
can
I
start,
audible?
ma'am.
A very good morning to all my dear participants. I am Dr. P.R. Vani, lecturer in zoology from NRC Dr. V.S. Krishna Government Degree College, Visakhapatnam. It gives immense pleasure to introduce today's speaker, Rosalind Amarlapudi, who is a senior lecturer in English with 24 years of teaching experience and an ELF trainer certified by the US State Department and the Commissionerate of Collegiate Education. She is presently working at SRR CVR Government Degree College, Autonomous, Vijayawada. Madam Rosalind has C1 BULAX certification from the Cambridge University, certifying her as a professional English speaker. Madam Rosalind has immense administrative experience and worked in the academic cell office of collegiate education as an academic officer and handled JKC, ELF, Women Empowerment Cell, and Mana TV Wings. Madam was also awarded with the Best Team Award by Collegiate Education for the academic year 2011-12. Her areas of strength include communicative language teaching and student-centered teaching. Madam has conducted several workshops, orientation and induction programs for college lecturers, polytechnic lecturers, mathematics lecturers, JKC mentors, students, and medicals. In today's session, Madam Rosalind will talk about English as a medium of instruction and student-centered methodologies. So over to you, Madam. Thank you so much.
Welcome, ma'am. Rosalina ma'am. Not able to hear you.
Thank you, madam, for that wonderful introduction. I would like to start my session. Can we open the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, ma'am. You can start.
So where should I look? The camera. Yeah, fine. Okay, teachers, at the outset, I thank the Commissionerate of Collegiate Education, I esteem Commissioner, for giving me this opportunity to share my strategies with teachers all over the state. I thank Dr. Anil and Dr. Sailaja for their support and guidance. And welcome to this session, teachers. Today, I would like to concentrate on student-centered methodologies using English as a medium of instruction. Now, for the last 3 days, we've been listening to the importance of using English in the classroom. So I will go directly to a statement. Next slide. Yeah, look at this, the annual status of education report for 2017. Now, this survey was conducted on 6 lakh students and aged between 3 and 16 in 17,000 villages. And what they found out is very interesting. The report says that 53% of all 14-year-old young children can read English sentences. And what is more positive and pleasing for us all teachers is 18-year-old youth, this figure is up to 60%. And out of this 60%, it is seen that 79% of these young people, that is college students, can understand the meaning of the sentence. Now, that is positive news in the sense that we are making it mandatory for all of us to use English as a medium of instruction in colleges. Now, this news is positive. Why I say is because now when I'm teaching my subject in English, now I know that nearly 60% of the students can read English, and out of them, 79% of them can understand the English sentences. Now, if you look at this research findings, now this was a research conducted by Don Roger in 2012. Of course, the researcher conducted it on students in UAE, but students are same all over. So I take this as a positive evidence, and it is revealed that what did they find? When EMI, that is English medium of instruction, when EMI is introduced in colleges and made part and parcel of every teacher, it is seen that the IELTS score, that is the International English Language Testing System, the scores on a level of 1 to 10, it is found that the score was increased by 0.5. So English had that impact on these students. So most gain occurred in the areas of speaking. Our students are very poor in this, followed by reading, writing, and listening. Now, if we look at our system, education system, till now, what we are following is, in colleges, we tend to pay more attention on writing and what is that, reading and writing. We ask our students to copy pages and pages of text into the notebooks and assignments also. Some teachers give you copy that assignment, those 10 pages of assignment, and submit. So less importance is given to listening and speaking. Now, the purpose of this workshop is, all teachers are meritorious teachers working in government degree colleges. All of you know English. We have an option till now to either explain it in our mother tongue or using our local language or in English. But now the option is taken away from us.
Now they are insisting that we speak in English. Of course, we can do it. We have adopted ourselves to different types of initiatives. Of course, we also can do this. Now, what is this EMI? EMI means English is used as a medium of instruction in colleges where English is not the official language in a country and where students study English as a second language. They don't study English as the first language. So we are expected to use English as a tool of instruction. We are not, the authorities are not asking us to teach English. I mean, I'm talking about the subject teachers. The authorities are not asking subject teachers to teach English to students. They know English. What they're asking subject teachers is to please make English as a tool to teach your subject to the students. Now, as an English teacher, some teachers may have this opinion. Now, if we teach English, if we use English, what are English teachers going to do? We English teachers will continue to train our students on how to speak and write and listen in English. Now, unfortunately, English class is the only class where students are exposed to the English language. Immediately after the English class, many students get to hear their explanations in local language. Now we teach them sentence structures, we teach them tense, we teach them how to speak in English, but where are the opportunities to use that language? So what the authorities are asking us is what they learn in English classes, if opportunities are created in subject classes, then students will start speaking in English. Now, what will this do to students? Let us see the advantages. Now, if you look at this, I want that British Council. Now, please go if you have time. This is a very good article. English as a medium of instruction, a growing global phenomenon. It presented by the British Council, and in that it is seen that I'll just take. They conducted a survey on 55 countries. Go back to the PPT. One moment, ma'am. Share file whiteboard camera. Screen or application. PPT. This is share. Let's show the PPT. I'll go after the PPT. So when you read this article, it is observed that when they did a survey of 55 countries, they've seen that English as a medium of instruction is a welcome sign, welcomed by nearly 38% of the people who responded to the survey. Now, in the future, that figure 38 is going to be 67%. Now, the most positive response has come from the parents. The parents want the children to learn and speak in English because they feel that English will give better opportunities to their children. So in India, the response is slowly growing. This demand is increasing. And if you look at the historical evidence, whenever a country or a state or an educational institution wants to make changes that would benefit the young people, the one of the things that they will handle is the medium of instruction. They will adopt to a medium of instruction which is universal and global and phenomenal. So since English is the global language, and they know that if once English is adopted in schools and colleges, students will have access to English resources that are available all over the world, and they will have access to the best universities and colleges. So that is why the government and our Commissionerate of Collegiate Education has insisted on introducing English as a medium of instruction. First, let's all be convinced why we should use this as a tool, and then we can do justice to our students in the classroom. Now, what are the advantages? Of course, you know the advantages. There will be, if when subject teachers, when you teach in English, what is going to happen is the student will have core knowledge of the subject as well as language speaking skills. So he will have a command over the English language as well as over the subject. And then they will gain access to international educational programs, and they will fare better in the job market, and of course will have wider career options. Another advantage for the universities and colleges is that we can invite international students into our colleges, and that will boost up the revenue of colleges and universities. Now, what are the challenges? What is the resistance that we are going to face? I was listening to the talk, the comments given by NRC Srikakulam during the first session. Madam, that the lecturer pointed out that fear complex is the primary problem in students. Students have a fear of speaking in English, and therefore they don't understand the beauty. She used a beautiful sentence. They don't understand the beauty of English. Yes, absolutely right. So it is our responsibility to help our students overcome this difficulty. Once we teach them, once we allow them to speak in English, once we guide them, then our job as a teacher is going to be easy. In the beginning, it's going to be extremely difficult in the classroom because we need a, and Tadepalli Gudam, NRC sir was saying the mindset has to be changed. Exactly. The mindset and the attitude of the teacher as well as the student has to be changed. Once we change our attitude, then our job as a teacher will be easy. Students will be happy with our teaching. Tomorrow, when they grow up and they go out, they will always remember us and be indebted to us. So let's handle this tool, that is English as a medium of instruction in our classrooms. So what is the purpose of this workshop? It is to help you all create an environment that can support English medium instruction, then strive for the development of teachers' English language proficiency. I think Andhra Pradesh is the only state that is working very hard to provide trainings and guidelines to teachers. If you read that British Council article, it is found that many countries, out of those 55 countries, out of those 55 countries say that they don't have guidelines. So we must feel happy and fortunate that we have these trainings. We can get some inputs from different professors and teachers and then use it in the classroom. The PPT. So this is the introduction that I have given you all. Now, what are the core tools for teachers? Now, we are going to change our attitude. We are going to change the way we teach. So what are the core tools? We require two tools. One is English medium instruction EMI, and the next one is student-centered activities. Now, in the class, Professor Ilango in the first session, he was saying, he made a comment, we overteach in the classrooms. See, we need not overteach. We need not spoon feed the student. We need not provide everything to the student. Once the student understands the concept, you have to introduce and do many activities in the class that will give the student an opportunity to speak and make a presentation in the class. Now, that is why the topic is student-centered methodologies that can be used in the classroom. Now, I'm going to explain 6 strategies which can be used by any subject teacher, not just English teacher. So what works for me will work for you. What works for my students will definitely work for your students. You please try to understand the way the activity is done, and then I'm going to just give you the framework, and you place your own content, your subject into it, and you can use it as an activity. I'll give you the skeleton. You have to flesh it up with your subject matter. So I'll leave the PPT with the NRC coordinators. So you can take the PPT from them. Please feel free to use the PowerPoint presentation. So you don't have to copy anything. So first thing, the strategy is how to do information gap activities in the classroom. Now I'm going to demonstrate 2 activities, how to do these activities in the classroom. The first one, what is information gap? Now information gap is, I will do pair work and group work in the classroom and create some gap in the information, which students have to talk to one another and fill that gap. That is called information gap. So how to do these activities in the classroom? First activity is called, this is called draw a picture, information gap activity. Now draw a picture in the sense that, now in our subject, whether it is physics, computer science, chemistry, botany, zoology, you have many flow charts. You have diagrams which you want your student to learn and then do it in the, and draw and present it in the exam. Now, if you ask the student, please learn this diagram, they will not do. If I do it as an activity in the classroom, they're going to pick up the style. Now, the method is very simple. How you will do this? See, one student, you have a picture or a diagram or a flow chart, which is very important, and you want the students to learn that diagram. So I want 2 teachers to come here. 2 teachers. I want 2 teachers. I will demonstrate that activity. Can 2 teachers come here? Yeah, Divya and Sunita come. 2 chairs here. Can they please? Yeah. Now, see, Both of you all don't look at the screen. Okay. Where's the next slide? See, this activity, I did it in the class. Now, when I was teaching business communication, now I have to make sure that my students learn this diagram. This is a 10 marks question. Now, I want them to learn this flow chart. And then looking at the diagram, they will be able to write the explanation. Now, if I ask the students, go learn it at home, they will not learn. So what I will do is, in the class, I will divide the students into pairs. So you, as a teacher, please remember that the teacher, it is the responsibility of the teacher to ensure that all the students are sit in pairs. Now, if you look at the way I made these two students sit, you can see this. Yeah, so they are facing in the opposite directions. In the classroom, it may be possible like this if we have chairs, but if we have only tables, it is not possible. Then what I did was, I made them sit at a little distance side by side. So, and then one student in a pair, there are two students. One student should be called A, another student should be called B. So if you two are a pair, if they two are a pair, so Sunita will be called A and Divya will be called B. Okay, like that, I will have A's and B's in the classroom. That is first step. At home, you select the diagram or the flowchart which you're going to do in the class. Now, after coming to the class, can I have one paper here? So after coming, you have this diagram sheet. So you say, how are you going to distribute it to the students? Now, all this is English instruction. You have to say, all A's, please stand up. All A's, please stand up. Then all the A's will stand up. Then give each one handout. Each one handout. And tell them, don't show this picture to your partner. And then A's will sit down. All B's, open your notebook. Open your notebook and pen. That's all. Now, I will tell the A's, now you have to explain the diagram in English using a lot of English. Here and there, if it is very difficult, you can use your mother tongue. Using that English, you have to explain the diagram, and B, the partner should draw the diagram on the paper. And the diagram should be same as the original one. So now students may find it very difficult to with the vocabulary. So what as a teacher I will do is, I will write few words on the board, some sentences on the board, helping sentences on the board. So draw two boxes in a vertical shape. Draw an arrow to pointing to your right or to your left, like that. What is the spelling? Observe the spellings. As a teacher, I may give them few hints. So what will happen is, all A's will start explaining the diagram in English, right? Most of them will use English. And all the B's will start drawing the diagram. And then I will say, stop. After giving them some time, I'll say, stop. So show your pictures. So they will show. Most of them will, because students are very young, very smart, they will definitely draw the diagram. Then the other student, or now I will exchange the activity. I will say, now B's take that paper. Yes, take out your notebook. And now B's will explain it in English. And they have to do it very fast in 2 minutes, because they already saw the diagram. So they will draw the diagram very fast. Now, what is happening here? When they look and look at the diagram, it gets reinforced, it gets re-stressed, and they will know the connection. They will look at it, they will learn the spellings, the related vocabulary, and they will remember it for a longer time. So in this way, if you can select some diagrams and flowcharts and make your students do it, then it would be really useful for your students. I was going through the registers prepared by master trainers, the academic register prepared by Srinivas sir. Then we had Krishnaveni madam and her team prepared the computer science register. Then Dr. Ramesh botany register. I went through these registers. I really appreciate the efforts of these master trainers. They prepared, what is a register? It is a subject related vocabulary. Everything is recorded in a register. So I can make use of these registers and do activities. Now, are you okay with this explanation? Do you think it will work in the class? It will definitely work. Now, when I was going through this computer science register, I saw one question there. Yeah, this is the question in that computer science register. Draw a conceptual map of normalization they gave. Then I didn't know what is that. When I Googled it, so many flowcharts came. Now, all these flowcharts are to be studied by the student. So if you can adopt this strategy, draw a diagram strategy where you can make the students sit in this form or one beside the other. And when you allow the students to do this, they will learn this activity, the diagram very well. And also when they are using the language, they will remember to connect the sentences, and the same thing they will be able to explain it. They'll draw the diagram and also explain the diagram. So this I did in the morning. Sunil, can you show the photographs of those students? Yeah, see how I made the students. I did this activity in the class. See, one student went close to that student and was helping him. The next so one student was explaining and the other student was drawing the flowchart. In the beginning, I had a difficulty of maintaining discipline in the class. But after they understood that they're going to do an activity, they calmed down and then paid attention to my instructions and then sat down and did. They enjoyed it. At the same time, also, they learned. Then, after doing the activity, I asked them, will you be able to remember it and draw it in the exam? They said yes. The Yeah. 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 Thank you. I'll call you all again. That is one information gap activity. Now, second one is, now look at this paragraphs. This is also called an information gap activity. Now, if you know how it is done, I'll explain. Listen carefully and you can do it in your class. Now, there is one answer, a paragraph which is very important. You want your students to understand that paragraph. So instead of explaining it in the class, you want to do it in the form of an activity. So what you can do is you prepare two handouts. One is A, another is B. Now in A and B, if you observe, I put the same paragraph in A and the same paragraph in B. But what I did was, in A, I removed some words. In B, I removed different portions of the passage. Same passage I'll maintain in A and B, but what I will do is I will remove different portions in in A and in B. So that is the first thing that you have to do. Next, what you will do is you have to look at that A. Fear of being dash is a major factor that prevents good communication. Dash, we can become effective communicators. For example, read an article from the newspaper, or dash. This will not only boost your confidence but also improve your language and vocabulary. So now A doesn't know what is in that blank. Now prepare questions for those blanks. So if you look at, as a teacher, I prepared 3 questions. First one, what prevents good communication? Second one, how can, for the second blank, I prepared one question. How can we become effective communicators? And for the third blank, I prepared a question. What is another example for improving communication? Now I will divide the class into A and B. Okay, so both of you all please come sit side by side. Give them this sheet, Sudhir. Now if you look at B, I removed different portions of the paragraph and prepared questions for those blanks. See, what does fear of being criticized due to communication? What happens when we exercise simple practices to improve communication? What is another advantage in addition to boosting confidence? Now, when they have these sheets with them, now if A wants to fill the answers, it has to ask B for the answers. It can't fill the answers on its own. You understood? If A wants to get answers, it has to ask B. So if B wants to fill the blanks, it has to ask questions to A. Got it? So now Divya will be A and Sunita will be B. So Divya, ask a question. First question.
Madam Sunita, can you tell me what prevents good communication?
Fear of being criticized is a major factor.
Yeah, that's all. Fear of being criticized. So A will note down the answer in that blank.
The next question, ma'am. How can we become effective communicators?
We exercise simple practices.
If we exercise simple practices, that is the answer. So Divya will note down that answer.
The last question, what is another example for improving communication, ma'am?
We have many examples here. Read an article from the newspaper is the one, and we can collect some news from the televisions and present it in front of the mirror.
Yeah.
Can be other example.
So we can collect some news from the television and present it in the front of the mirror. So A will fill up the blanks. So A's job is done. Now B has to fill the blanks. So the B has to ask A for answers. So now B, Sunita, since they're young, I'm calling them by names. Sunita, please ask the first question.
Yeah, ma'am. What is fear of being criticized due to communication?
Fear of being criticized is a major factor that prevents good communication, ma'am.
So B will write the answer there, prevents good communication. Yeah, second question.
My second question is, what happens when we exercise simple practices to improve communication?
Yes, ma'am. We can become effective communicators.
Yeah.
My last question to you is, what is another advantage in addition to boosting confidence?
It will not only boost confidence, it also improves your language and vocabulary, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, teachers. Now, did you understand the activity? It is the sharing of information. Unless they speak to their partner, they will not get answers. So A will speak to B and get answers from B. B will speak to A and get answers from A. So this is called cooperative learning. As they're doing this cooperative learning, they may get many doubts. If both of them talk, they may clear some doubts. In case of difficult doubts, they will immediately approach the teacher. I will be present there. So this will help them to talk to each other, and then they will, both of them, they will try to understand the meaning of that passage, and it will remain in their minds for days together. And when you ask them to present it in front of the class, they'll feel confident and they will explain this paragraph in short to the class. So do you think this activity will work? Yes or no? Yeah, yes. So please do it in the class. I do these activities. It is very difficult to prepare this worksheet. It will take you more than 1 hour, sometimes 2 hours. Why? Because you have to frame questions in such a way that A has to ask B to get answers and B has to ask A to get answers. When I looked at the register, the computer science register, then they prepared a list of subject related vocabulary. So I took some words from the register and I did the same activity. I prepared a worksheet using that subject related vocabulary. Now they prepared the register in the sense that they use some buzzwords: word, general meaning, domain specific meaning. So I selected two words, normalization and redundancy, and I prepared questions related to that. This took me 1 hour to prepare this resource. Once you prepare, it will be for you. You can keep on using it in the class. So two students same, they will learn this new words. They will know the general meaning of the words. They will know the domain specific meaning of these words. It can be done in this way also. So what are the advantages of information gap activities? They provide an opportunity to speak. If you just ask a student to stand up and speak, that fear will be in him and he will be so shy that he will not be able to speak. So you have to create an activity in the class to make them speak. And then students make real communication. Real subject related communication takes place in the classroom. Then task involves them in real learning. What are they doing in the class? So instead of watching their mobiles, when you involve them in real activities, they will be engrossed, and you can find this kind of student centered involvement in the classroom. Then they require skills such as clarifying, asking meaning, asking doubts, and then again rephrasing. When I ask these teachers to ask the question and give the answers, sometimes they refuse to just read from the sheet. They made up their own sentence. So sometimes students also will paraphrase it, or will expand the sentence, or will abbreviate the sentence. So this is an activity that is going to be very helpful in the class. Next, I'm going to go to this is a very interesting activity which you can do in the classes. It's very simple. You don't need much resources. It is called preference line. Now, what do we mean by preference line? Look at this. This is called a preference line. Now, I will draw a line on the board, and in the center, I will put 0, and on the right side 100% and the left side 100%. Now, I gave 2 topics: studying in one's own country, studying abroad. Now, what I will do is, in the class, I want to conduct group discussion. Making them sit in groups and doing a discussion is one way of doing group discussion. Now, I can do group discussion in this way also. Now, how will I do? I will divide the class into groups. Now, to divide the class into groups, I will say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Suppose I want 6 groups, 6. Then again, I will start with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All ones, I will make them sit at one place. I'll show them the place where they should sit. All 2s here, all 3s there, all 4s there, all 5s there, all 6s there. You got it? So that the group will be a mixture of students. That is the first time. Then what I will say is, now I have a topic for you all: studying in one's own country, studying abroad. In your group, you need to discuss and come to a agreement which you are going to support, whether you prefer to study in one's own country or you prefer to study abroad. So suppose in my group, all of us prefer to study in India, and only one student, 2 students disagree. They think that going abroad is better. Then I will say 80% my group supports studying in one's own country, and 20% they want to go abroad. So each group will discuss and they will take a stand. When they take a stand, what will happen is, now look at that diagram. Students come to the board and stand or write their names along the line they feel they belong. Now, as a student, if all the group, I'll call the entire group to come to the board. Look at it. Hello. So, if one group 100% they support studying abroad, what will they do is, that group will stand near 100%. You can give them a marker. They will mark on the board, and then they will stand. The whole group will stand there, and they have to give 2 points in favor of why they want to study abroad. If as a group I favor studying in my own country, I will stand 100% near this line, and our group supports studying in India, in our one's own country. And as a group, we will give 2 reasons why we have taken this stand. Now, suppose 80% I support studying in one's own country and 20% I support in abroad. Then what I do is, from 0, it goes to 100%. So wherever close to 100%, I'll mark with the marker 80% there, and the group will stand near 80%, which is more. They'll stand there, and then they will say why they justify 80%, and also give one reason why they have marked 20% there. You got it? So this will give the students thinking. It will develop their thinking abilities. Now they have to reason out in the group. They have to come to a agreement, and they have to take a stand. Now, if you What will subject teachers do with this preference lines? Look at the topics. Yeah, look at the topics. The two boys, I made them do this preference line. I usually do it in the classroom. So I draw the preference line on the digital board and then ask my students how much they support. The topic there was online shopping and offline purchasing. So they will write how much percentage they support. The students will write on the board and then they will stand there and give their justification. So there are many topics: killing dangerous animals, protecting animals. If you look at group 1 exam paper yesterday, history, they asked one question: relevance of Harappa civilization in the present times. So yes or no. So those who support that there is relevance of Harappa on the present times, you can write that topic here. Yes. That side you can write no. So students who want to say yes will stand on this side. They will mark their percentage of support and then they will talk, justify with 2 reasons. You can do human computer science topics, human intelligence, artificial intelligence, or commerce lecturers can do topics like privatization of banks against privatization of banks, or you can say startups fail, startups succeed. So women empowerment, a reality or a dream. Organic farming, will it develop the nation or is it health conscious? Does it support health or no? You can do a topic on that. Parental supervision, parental control, general topic. Or you can select a simple topic with mobile or without mobile. Social media a boon, social media a curse. The other day, economics lecturer was talking about a topic: economics for development or economics for environment. You can give contrasting topics there and ask students to take a stand. So what will happen in the groups? Should pesticides are a boon or a curse? Chemistry. These are some examples that I'm providing, but as subject teachers, you will have n number of examples. So you can do preference lines in the class. Living here in India, living outside India. So when they are discussing in the group, they will come to an agreement. They will write down 2-3 points and then the group will come here and they will talk and they will present. Being in a group gives them courage, so they will help one another and that improves their confidence levels. So instead of making them always do activity in the classroom in groups there, make them come to the board and stand here and talk to the class. So would you be able to do this preference line? Yes. Any doubt regarding this? If you have any doubt, please ask. So language will also not be a problem. They will use few sentences. They'll start using few sentences and slowly they'll pick up. We can't expect them to speak fluently in English. So even teachers also, see, till now we've been using a local language. Can't expect us suddenly to shift to English and then completely talk in English. It will be Greek and Latin to the students. It will create a messy situation in the class. They will look at you and then they will wonder, why is madam teaching in English when it can be taught in my language? That first resistance we will see in students. So slowly when you start doing activities and making students present in the class, then you'll definitely see a difference for the better in the classroom. Next is, next is the SOP for CIA. So this internal assessment, when this SOP was given, I also, like many teachers, wondered why higher authorities are asking us to, why are they telling us how to frame the question paper, the internal question paper. Then when I read some articles related to this, and then the SOP, if you look, they asked us to give multiple choice questions. They're asking us to give fill in the blanks, matching answers, and comprehension. So then when I started reading articles based on this internal assessment, why we should use testing strategies to test the knowledge of the students, I came across an interesting evidence. I'll explain this. Now, I've written from the source from where I got it. So, what happened was they did a survey in a classroom. They picked up some students and they experimented two methods with the students. One method is study. You explain the lesson in the class, the students studies at home and then produces the knowledge in the exam. So study method. Second thing is our internal assessment method. I explain the lesson, then I check the students' comprehension by giving them multiple choice questions or short answers or fill in the blanks. Now what happened was, when they followed study method, after 5 minutes, these students remembered almost 87% of what they studied. And in the study test method, they remembered only 76% in the beginning. After 2 days, when I tested again, study method, when I just asked the students to read on their own, it was found that the 87% has come down to 64%, whereas 75% of study test method came down to 68%. And after 1 week, when I checked the comprehension level of the students, they found that study method, it has come down to 42%. So what I do with the chalk and talk method in the class, and what I make my students study and copy down the notes, will result only in 42%. They will remember only 42% of what you thought, of what they studied. But when I follow this SOP that the Commissioner of Collegiate Education has given, the student will be able to remember more than 58%. You got it? So after 1 week. So that is why it is very important that we introduce multiple choice questions. We use different types of testing strategies like quiz, fill in the blanks, matchings, because when students do these activities, follow these testing strategies, they'll remember more. Then your effort will not be wasted. You see, when you prepare your lesson, you put in lot of effort into that lesson. You try to explain to the best of your ability. If you want that lesson not to be wasted, if you want your explanation to be remembered by your students, please follow testing strategies in the classroom. Please make them do activities in the classroom. Then most of the information will be retained by the students. Yes, sir.
When they cross the 18 years, 17 or 16 years of age, they don't need such kind of multiple choice questions and the dash fill in the blanks and all these things, because we are not testing the student for what you call remembering things. No, it is not remembering. In fact, it's not recollecting. What we have to do is we have to give a sentence or something to them and to refer them and to get with the knowledge, and he has to come to the classroom.
Yeah, definitely.
So these things, I don't think, I as personally I don't support these things. Okay, you are telling that because of they have to remember, they have to collect, they have to do all these things. So that is the reason why I have my own personal this thing.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
we respect your opinion, sir. See, when you look at the competitive exams, objective exams, how do they test? They use these testing strategies to check. Yeah.
That's competitive examination is completely different. After completion of degree only, they have to sit, because all students are not for competitive examinations, and there some people go for the MA, or some people go for some other duties, and some other what you call skilled or non-skilled jobs. So my point is, just give them a chance to learn. That's all. Why just like that? Silent. Why you are testing the students with fill in the blanks and multiple choice questions and all these things? Though the study method also definitely that is also useful. In fact, in long term, that is the only way solution to the student. Even if you appear for civil service examination also, study, not this one.
Yeah,
So that's
definitely,
what my
sir. Study gradually will make the student forget it. But in addition, if you're going to do these testing strategies in the class, it will help him to remember the content more and more. And I definitely don't agree with your concept that students after degree will then take up coaching and then will sit up and study for the competitive exams. Definitely not. It is a part and parcel of the graduation program, intermediate, graduation. They will start learning. We are introducing different teaching strategies in the class. It may suit some students. It may, we don't know which strategy will be applicable to which student. So by doing activities, do you think that every day I'll take a chalk and then I will teach it and not do any activities in the class, and then I ask my student to study? What will they study? Without, of course, Indians are best. One of the India is one of the few countries that has best students. Now these students, most of them don't know how to present, how to speak. They have the command of the core language, but they can't speak. They can't make presentations. Now, going out of the college without being confident about talking about the subject, I don't think that is proper education. So that is why, as a teacher, I will do my maximum in the class to introduce many strategies. Maybe you can follow your own strategies, sir. You're welcome. Okay. You can do this wall quiz also. See, the purpose is making students move, making them take responsibility for their learning. Now, how do I do this wall quiz? What I do is, I write a list. Suppose I have finished teaching a lesson. Now, I want my students to learn additional information about that subject. Now, how will I make, if I distribute papers of articles to them and tell them you read and come, then they won't read. So what I will do is, in 4 hours class, see, suppose for a lesson I'm taking 4 hours, 2 hours I can do explanation, 2 hours I can do activities in the class. So in that way, the students will gain command over the concept. Now, wall quiz, look at the methodology, how it is done. I will prepare, I will select one article which I want my students to read. So I will write a list of questions on a paper. I'll prepare a worksheet with a list of questions. So I will divide the class into groups, each group or pairs, whatever is comfortable for you. So I will give a sheet to each group, that is list of questions to each group. Now what about the article? What I will do is, I'll cut it out into 2 or 3 portions. One portion I will paste it in the classroom, one portion I will paste it somewhere in the corridor, in near the drinking water facility. Another portion I will paste it somewhere in, maybe in the on the canteen wall. So I will tell them, I will give you all time by evening. You have your worksheet. These are the areas where the articles are pasted. In your free time, you please go through those articles and then you answer the questions and come back to the class. Tomorrow we will discuss. So what are you can paste all the articles in the corridor at the same place, or you can paste it in different places. So when students know, when they're able to answer one question, they'll feel excited and immediately they will be searching for answers. It is, they are just childlike. Though they are 18 years old, they are equal to children. Morning when I said we are going to do an activity, their faces glow. I could see a glow in their face. The other day when Singh sir was doing group discussion in the class, he came out. I was outside talking to another lecturer. He said, "Ma'am, Rose ma'am, come inside. Look how I'm doing group discussion in the class." Like a child, I saw that childlike joy in his face. So I came inside. I saw the teachers. Very good, sir. You're doing it well. And then sir also said, today I took the class. I explained most of my subject in English. So this is how we share our inputs, our joy. So simultaneously, what happens is students will increase. You will see an increase in knowledge in the students as well as in the teachers. You will feel a sense of satisfaction. So this is wall quiz. Pin up the articles around the room. If this is your classroom, you can pin it around the room and ask students to walk around the room trying to find the answers. So instead of making them always sit down and listen to us, you can do this activity in the class. Then they will try to understand and they will tell you what they understood. See, in the college, we tell A to Z, but in the university, the professors do the correct way of educating the student. They say, go to the library, read that particular book, then come back and share your opinions. That is how we have to change our attitude. Now, this is shadowing. This is a Japanese tool of learning. This I didn't practice, but now I will surely practice it in the class. I'll just explain how this tool can be used. I'm not using any smart tools because some colleges may have digital boards or may not. Some colleges may have internet connection or not. So, but these we can do it in the classroom. We don't need any tech gadgets. What is shadowing? Shadowing is a Japanese method of language learning. And then how it is done. What is shadowing? Frankly, in one word, shadowing means parroting. It is useful for the teacher as well as for the student. Now look at the procedure, how it is done. Step 1, select a short piece of video, any video. Suppose you'll find a video explaining the structure of the heart. You take that video. Any speech, you take it, which is very clear, which has simple language in it. You select that video. Then second thing, you ask your student before shadowing to listen the video and try to get used to the speaker's accent. You tell the student this is an assignment which they have to do at home. So they will listen to the audio and then they will get accustomed to the accent of the speaker. That is step 2. Third one is then when they have to do shadowing. Now, what is shadowing? They have to switch on the audio and along with the audio, they have to speak. If they are stuck, never mind. Stop the audio, go back, again start the audio, and they have to have headphones. They put their headphones and then they start listening, and at the same time, they will be speaking. First time, they may only repeat few words. Second time, they may repeat sentences here and there. Third time, they will repeat more than few sentences. Then I will ask them, come back to the class, and then what they will do is, they will put on the headphones and they will demonstrate what they learned in the class. So they will pick up some sentences. You are listening only to the student, not to the audio. So this you can take it or leave it. So it improves fluency of the language. Japanese train their children in this way. This is one of the tools they follow. So record it. Once they practice, they feel more confidence and they start recording their voice. When they record and then they listen back. So you also, when you are adopting English as a tool for instruction, you also put on some videos or audios at home and start speaking. Never mind if you speak only few words, if you speak wrong English, never mind, don't worry. So keep on speaking. It will improve your pronunciation. It will teach you some new vocabulary. It will also help you to increase the flow of language. It will help you. So just like you listen to songs, you listen to podcasts are there. Best thing is you can play the podcast and then speak along with the commentator, along with the speaker. Cricket matches also. You can put one match, you can watch the television and ask the student to describe or what do you say? Talk about that match. So this will really help students. So you can give them marks also. You can take it as an assignment. So today we are going you can give them 1 week's time and do shadowing for the students. Okay, I'm going to demo this small paragraph. Yeah, Sudhir, give me one paper, please. Abdul Kalam. Now, I'm going to show you one passage. Now, these are the questions that you have to answer. So, what I will do is, in the class, first I will tell the students to copy down the questions. So, they copy down, this is another strategy, methodology. They'll copy down the questions. I'll ask them to leave space between one question and another question so that they can write the answers there itself. So after they copy all these 4 questions, then I will tell them, as I am reading the text, you please answer these questions. Or I will say, I can send this passage to their phones, mobiles, share it to their mobiles, and then I may ask them, go through the passage and answer the questions given to you all. So now look at the first question and you answer this. I'm going to read the passage. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam was then the project coordinator of SLV-3 mission in 1979 and Professor Satish Dhawan was the chairman of ISRO. Dr. Kalam recalled an incident. My mission was to put the satellite in the orbit. There are 4 stages before the satellite is launched. The first stage went off well, and in the second stage, it got mad. It went into a spin. Instead of putting the satellite in orbit, it put into the Bay of Bengal. Dr. Abdul Kalam said this was the first time he faced failure. First time I faced failure and how to manage failure. The success I can manage, but how to manage failure, Dr. Abdul Kalam asked. Kalam then recalled the time when then the ISRO chief Satish Dhawan held a press conference along with him to break the news of the mission failure. Dr. Abdul Kalam said, a heartbroken Satish Dhawan took the blame upon himself in front of everyone, despite knowing that he may be subjected to criticism. Kalam then went on to quote Dhawan as saying, dear friends, we have failed today. I want to support my technologists, my scientists, my staff so that next year they succeed. He took the whole blame on himself despite criticisms. He took all the blame and assured them that next year we would succeed because his team was a very good one. Kalam then went on to say that next year on July 18, 1980, Rohini RS-1 was successfully launched into the orbit
and Dhawan asked me to hold a press conference. It was this day Kalam said he learned an important lesson and the best management experience. But how? Kalam explains. I learned a very important lesson that day. When failure occurred, the leader of the organization owned that failure. When success came, he gave it to his team. The best management lesson I have learned did not come to me from reading a book, it came from that experience. So suppose this is the passage that I selected for my students since I am an English teacher. Now, beforehand, before they read the passage, I prepared the questions. So as they're reading the passage, they have to answer these questions. So what was the first question? What was the first failure? So the satellite failing to go into space and falling. Second question, how do you point this passage to the proverb? Failures are stepping stones to success. Third question, give me a single word that means a person who leads. Fourth, describe an incident where you failed but overcame your problem with courage. Now, what I'm trying to focus here is look at the questions. Now, what is the strategy I'm teaching here is task before the activity. Never tell your student to watch a video, to read an article, to read a passage without giving them the purpose. You have to create a purpose for why they should read it, why they should watch the video. For that reason, you have to prepare questions. You have to prepare a worksheet. So if you look at the questions that we prepared, can you tell me what kind of a question is the first question? What was the first failure? Is the answer there in the passage? Yes. So it is a factual question. F for factual. What is the second question? How do you point this passage to the proverb? Failures are stepping stones to success. Now the student has to think and link it up, relate it to that. So it is infer it to the what is asked. So he has to understand and conclude. So it is an inferential question. I. Then third one, give me a single word that means a person who leads. What is the answer? Leader. So it is a question on vocabulary. V. What is the fourth one? Describe an incident in your life where you failed. So what I did here was FIVE. That is 5 rule. What is this 5 rule? Always remember task before the activity. Whenever you're giving a video or a passage to your students, make sure that your questions have a mixture of LOT and HOT. LOT is lower order thinking, which they can easily find the answers from the passage, and higher order thinking, where they have to think and then answer. So remember this 5 rule, FIVE. You can give n number of questions. You can give them 10 questions. That is your wish. You can frame many questions, but see that some questions are on these lines. What are those? You should have some factual questions, that is F. You should have inferential question, that is I. You should have questions on vocabulary, and then you should have experiential questions that can talk. So students will say, madam, I also failed once, I overcame this problem. He will start talking. We had this problem at home, but all of us took this solution. So this 5 rule, try to follow it in your methodology. So sometimes you may not have experiential questions, never mind. But see that there are more inferential questions in your passage. So always make sure, don't give yes or no questions. Don't give simple questions. The students will complete the assignment and then they will look at us, they will mock us. I don't want to be a fool in the classroom. They're very smart. I have to be smarter than them. So that is why the way I frame the questions is very important. Now, this is what will eat away our time at home. That is why EMI is very difficult in the sense that you have to sit at home and prepare your resources. If you look at my file, this is my file. This is my student-centered methodology file starting from 2007. You see how many papers I have. I have the colored papers. If I want vocabulary, I only have to open. If I want eliciting, I have a lesson plan. If I want reading, I have a lesson plan here. If I want writing, I'll have listening. All these are templates. All these are framework. So I'll flesh it up depending on the needs of my students. I will take it up. So whatever activity you prepare for your class, please buy one box file and store it off in the box file. When you have this file with you, it is a ready reckoner whenever you want. See, they know, many of my teachers friends know that I have this file. Immediately, sometimes they text me, please, Rose, send me that lesson plan. So immediately I'll take a pic of it and then I'll send it to them. So that is how you should protect your resources. You can have a soft copy also in your Google Drive. So whenever you want, you can just take out that lesson plan. You can look at the worksheet, get it printed or photocopied, and take it to your classroom, distribute it to your students, do the activity, and take the feedback from the students. Yeah, Sharwani. This is the last strategy that I'm going to see. Once upon a time. This is one way of teaching that I follow in the classroom. Now, I don't use PPT always to teach a lesson. I use PDF documents also. Now, what I do is, I take a Word document. For teaching poetry, I use this. I take a Word document and then write the title and then the poem and paste all the relevant pictures, images on this Word document. I write the lines and then the the pictures related to it. This is how I prepare the Word document. Then what I do is I convert it into a PDF document. After preparing the Word document, I convert it into PDF document. Then when I want to use in the class, see, now I want to talk about this poem written by Gabriel Ocaro. So now I need to tell them who is this poet. So immediately I will click on this and then I have the information there. So if I want to add, so when you click on this, what happens is at home you can write all your additional information. And when I'm explaining the poem, if I want to give another word for this, the once upon a time, I can write the meaning in that box. So laugh with the hearts. What does it mean? Laugh with feelings. Then I have a picture related to it. So slowly I will teach them the poem. I will give them additional meanings, additional explanation, and the students know. I will share it through the WhatsApp group. And if the student wants to go through this document, he will click on it, look at the meanings, and then he will try to understand it on his own. In the same way, I can give it as an assignment for my students. I can give them a topic and ask them to prepare a Word document, convert it to PDF document, come to the classroom and display this document. And when they are showing this document, they will explain the whatever your experiment or your paragraph which you want them to explain. So they will show the pictures, then they may forget. So when they click on this, they will know what it means. Whatever they want to remember, they can write it down. So here it is not coming, but when you click on this, you will get a box, highlighter, and everything. So this is how you can prepare your PDF documents in addition to PPT presentations and take it to your class and explain it to the students. Yeah, take it. So in the classroom, in conclusion, I want to show you few slides on how you do your classroom instruction. Always it is good to appreciate the students. So you can pick up these sentences and use it in the classroom. That's a good answer. Of course, English teachers use it. You in local language, we say we appreciate, but try to do it in English. So super job, Ram or Gopal. Yes, that is correct. Well done. You win the right answer. The class has done well in several areas, including you can tell when you give an activity, you want to ask them, have they completed? Then you can say, I use this. Are we done? Are we done? I say. Then they say yes. So when I am passing on the papers, I use one instruction. Take one and pass the rest. So when they hear that, immediately they get used to that and they will pass the handouts. Students appreciate when teachers recognize their involvement in the classroom learning. So it is very important. I don't give an activity and then I go sit in the chair and then say complete the activity. Nobody will do. So as a teacher, I need to monitor. It is extra work. I need to monitor and see that all the students are involved in the activity. So you can say, Pat, I noticed that you had your hand up a minute ago. Sam, do you want to answer the question? I feel that you have a doubt. There is some confusion in your face. What is it? What is your question? If you can ask these questions in English, students will feel very happy. Talk to them, call out their names, then you'll see the difference. So giving direction is also important. Your assignment for tomorrow is when you want to give homework to your students, fill out the paper according to the directions given. For this activity, I want all of you to sit in pairs. I want all of you to sit in groups, that you can say. Then when you want to emphasize on some points, you can use these sentences. The first main point I want you to remember is, let me repeat that important idea so you will understand. Let me re-emphasize the importance of this point by saying, all this I got it from the source. You can go through that article. Now, there are different types of travel. You have to move in the class. You have to travel to certain areas in the classroom. You have to travel at different times in your class hour. You have to travel at different speeds, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. You have to travel to certain individuals. Now, if you look at this slide, if you want to reinforce and if you want to support that student, travel to that student and then give him a pat on the back or just nod your head and he will feel encouraged. If you want to indicate a willingness to answer that student's question, suppose he has asked a question and you accept that, you go little towards him and then answer, he'll feel happy. If you want to control a naughty student, I have many mischievous students in my class. I need to control them. Then I go and stand there itself when I'm doing my activity. So in the group work also, be sure that you're going to get lot of resistance, silly resistance from students. Once no, I did group work. I divided them into 6 groups. I gave them alphabetically. I arranged them A, B, C, D, E, F. Then that group said, no, we don't want to be called F. F means fail. We don't want F. So I skipped that F and then went to the next letter. Then when I numbered them 1, 2, 3, 4, this girl got up and said, my lucky number is not 4. I don't want that number. So these are some of the silly comments you get from the students. One student was saying, I don't want to sit in that group because my friend is in that group. Now, do I control that student? If I control that student and make her sit in that group, she will give me angry stares the whole hour and then she will sulk. So instead of having that instead of having that kind of attitude from her, what I did was I just put her in the friends group. At least she will learn. So these are some of the problems that you're going to have when you do pair work and group work. So if you know how to control the class, it will be very easy. Yeah, I'll end this presentation. They did a survey and they asked this question: do you think teaching is easy or difficult? So if you see, 75% disagreed with the statement that teaching is an easy job. So all outsiders other than teachers agree that teaching is not an easy job. And when we ask them, what are the first words that come to mind when you think of teachers, 1,000 people responded that they think of teachers as positive. 55% of respondents said that the word that they will use for a teacher is positive. So with these words, I come to the end of the session. So whatever input is beneficial, useful, please do it in your classroom. Thank you, one and all. Dr. Anil, I finished my presentation. Any questions? I'm open to answering them. We'll go back to the screen.
Thank you, ma'am. It's really excellent session on student-centered teaching strategies. I request V.S. Krishna, NRC V.S. Krishna, Dr. V.S. Krishna, Visakhapatnam, respond.
We have, madam, we have. Wants to interact.
Madam, good afternoon, madam.
Madam, you have doubt?
I'm Dr. Ramarao from Dr. V.S. Krishna Government Degree College.
Yes, sir.
Madam, I have only one doubt, madam. Is there any innate behavior of that individual? Is effective communication, madam? Madam, question? Is it clear?
Do you mean to say whether his behavior will affect his communication in the classroom?
Ramara sir, please repeat your query.
Madam, is there any innate behavior of the individual? Is effective communication?
What do you say, sir? What do you say? Do you agree or disagree?
That innate behavior or instinct behavior in the classroom.
Yeah, I'm asking you the question. I'm
both
throwing the question back to you, sir. What do you say? Do you agree or disagree? Do you think they have or they don't? See, doing activity.
Okay, madam. What is your finding? Already you showed one study report.
Yeah.
But that is basing on your student study report. Are you study the this line, that behavioral aspects of that communication?
Behavior aspects, I didn't touch upon the behavior aspects anywhere in my slides, sir.
So actually that behavioral aspect, it is play an important role
Yeah,
the classroom.
definitely. If you are talking about behavior, as long as the student is positive, as long as he's willing to learn, now all that is important for the teacher to handle the class. If he's open to changing his attitude and taking in what is given in the classroom, I think a lot of change will come in the student. What kind of attitude he has at home, what is the environment at home will, if it is negative, it will lessen down.
Okay, madam.
Okay, sir.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Madam.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Ma'am, this is from NRC Ananthapuram.
Yeah.
We have a query.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon,
From,
sir. Please.
ma'am, regarding this, actually, generally it is said that by the psychologists, women are generally, or a certain group of people are generally more access or can easily learn a particular language. So, I mean, generally, for that matter, generally women can learn languages easily. So, therefore, English as an English medium of instruction, the girl child or women will have definitely an extra advantage, edge over the boys. So, this will give an unnecessary advantage or to the a certain group of students, ma'am. So, what would you say? So,
See, at the outset, I thank you, sir, for that wonderful compliment which you gave to all the women in the world. Definitely, we are more active and we are more reciprocative. But that I definitely don't think my teachers also don't agree that it will be an hindrance. But we are talking about cooperative learning. It is not gender based. Thank you.
Madam, good afternoon.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam.
Yes.
Good afternoon, madam.
Yes, sir.
NRC Kadapa.
Yeah.
The question is regarding the method of preference line.
Yeah, preference line.
But can we apply this to mathematics subject, madam?
Yeah, ma'am, Nalishmi ma'am, you have to help me with the topic. Preference lines, mathematics. Can you all think about a topic, maths?
Because in mathematics, our topics are all 100% answers. No 80%, 70%.
Nothing like that, sir. Do you think maths is useful in daily life? Do you think it is more useful for competitive exams or in daily life?
So general topics we can ask.
Yeah,
But regarding
general topics you can ask, sir. I have no idea about the content. Why don't you do some study on it and share us some topics which will be helpful to probability? Probability, they are saying.
Okay, probability is also to some extent. Again, general topic only we can discuss, but not specifically. Suppose I want to solve a problem. There cannot be 100%, 80%, 50%.
See, sir, some activities are. Yeah, Dr. Shekhar wants to add.
Sir, actually, in every subject, there are ways to bring it into. The only thing is we need to think. Mathematics, even I was thinking while listening, like for us, for English people, it is easy to have n number of activities. What physics people do, what chemistry lecturers do, what commerce people do, you think, you know, see that it is not general, make it from your own syllabus, but make it very easy. Maybe a basic point, basic topic. Our intention is, as madam has been stressing, addressing EMI. Not English, it's not the responsibility of English lecturers alone, but even other lecturers also, when you bring, I mean, to make it interesting when teaching in English, having various these kinds of activities.
So some activities suit some subjects. What suits you all, you can. We only shared the framework. What suits you all, you can take that and then apply it to your classroom.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Are we done?
NRC Kadapa, do you have any query? Kadapa,
Madam, responding, madam.
any query do you have? You raised your hand.
We asked just completed, madam. Our query completed.
Okay. P.S. Krishna, are you ready to summarize the session or we can close?
Yes, ma'am. On the behalf of all the participants, I herewith propose the vote of thanks. First of all, I am thankful to Rosalind Madam Garu for presenting.
A little louder. Louder, please.
We are very thankful to Rosalind Madam Garu for presenting and explaining the student-centric teaching methodologies in a lucid way. In the presentation, she emphasized on the importance of English as a tool in teaching, advantages of English as a medium of instruction, and the changing role of teacher with EMI, and activity-based teaching and different testing strategies. Madam also demonstrated different methods practically for better understanding. Some of the takeaways from her presentation are shadowing, wall quiz, 5 rule. She touched upon many things, and we are very thankful to Madam Garu for giving and emphasizing on giving good message and emphasizing on testing strategies. Thank you so much, Madam Garu.
Thank you, Kiran. Kiran is one of an excellent teacher. Is an excellent teacher. I worked with him during LMS lessons. Thank you, Kiran, for that. And thank you, Dr. Apparao Garu, INRC coordinator, for all the arrangements for taking care of this program. Thank you, Sunil, Sharwani madam, and Divya madam, and Sunita madam. Thank you, dear all.
Thank you, Rosalind ma'am, for sparing your valuable time.
Thank you, Dr. Sailaja.
Let's end the session. Again, we will meet by 2 o'clock. We request all NRCs to switch on your videos, please. SRR Vijayawada, PVK and Chittoor, Dr. VSK, please switch on videos. Parvatipuram, Srikalahasti. GDC Women Guntur also. Please switch on your videos.
NRC coordinators.
VSK, Shrivani ma'am.
Voice వినిపించట్లేదు మేడం.
Sir,
మేడం వాయిస్
am I audible?
మీ వాయిస్ కాళహస్తి శ్రీకాళహస్తి ఎన్ఆర్సి శ్రీకాళహస్తి మేడం.
Okay, sir.
మీ వాయిస్
వినపడుతుంది. మీ వాయిస్ వినపడుతుంది.
క్లియర్ రెడీ మేడం. మా వాయిస్ వస్తుంది, మీ వాయిస్ రావట్లేదు.
Shall we start or not? Resource person has to join, sir. Please wait. Dr. V.S. Krishna, Visakhapatnam. Please wait for few minutes.
Okay, okay.
We welcome Dr. D. Grace ma'am on behalf of CCE. We welcome you, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon,
As all participants are reassembling again, we need 2 or 3 minutes, ma'am, to
Okay,
start.
sure, absolutely fine.
I request all the participants to settle immediately.
Outcomes benefits. Yes, I practice parts.
NRC Parvatipura and Chittur. Please switch on your videos. At Anantapur also very few participants are there. Rajavindra also. VS Krishna, NRC VS Krishna, you can proceed. Take few minutes to introduce our eminent resource person.
Hearty welcome, madam. Madam, this is B. Rajarao, lecturer in economics, Dr. VSK,
Yes.
Government Degree College, Visakhapatnam.
Yeah. Yes.
I am pleased to introduce you, madam. Dr. Grace Sunita, madam, is an associate professor in the Department of Phonetics at the English and Foreign Languages University, IFLU, Hyderabad. She holds a PhD in phonetics and linguistics from IFLU and postdoctoral in forensic phonetics from the University of Florida, USA. She also holds a diploma in criminal justice and forensic science from the University of Hyderabad, India. Dr. Sunita has presented many research papers at national and international conferences and has several publications to her credit in reputed journals. She has been a resource person at various workshops and has also guided several PhDs and MPhils scholars in the areas of acoustic and clinical and forensic phonetics. Thank you, madam. Thank you all.
Well, yeah, thank you so much for your kind introduction, sir. I was just wondering, is my PPT? Can you see my PPT? I've shared it.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible, ma'am.
It's visible. Okay, right. Oh, yeah. Give me
If
just
you
a
keep
second.
it in slideshow, it will be more effective, ma'am.
Okay, I will do that. Just a second.
Yes, ma'am. Now it's okay.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So can I start? I unmuted myself.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So where's the PPT? Okay. Yeah. Is it in the PPT mode?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, as was introduced, I'm Dr. Grace Didla, and I'm in the Department of Phonetics at the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Absolutely clear,
Yes?
ma'am.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll go ahead. Yeah, so the topic that we're going to talk about is a much debated one, the pronunciation of English. Yes, so I thought I'll begin with a quiz. I don't know if these participants can actually give answers to this. Are they allowed to answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Unmute
They
and
can
answer?
they can unmute themselves.
Okay.
They can interact with you. Yes.
Okay, sure. Wonderful. Okay, let's begin with a quiz on languages. How many languages are spoken across the world?
Madam, NRC శ్రీకాళహస్తి voice not
Voice is not very clear.
మీ దగ్గర ప్రాబ్లం సార్ మా దగ్గర ఇట్స్ an issue with your end సార్ at your end మా దగ్గర ఇష్యూ లేదు సార్ విశాఖపట్నం రెస్పాండ్ అవ్వండి ఒకసారి
More than 3,000 languages.
Is it clear sir audio?
Yeah.
Sir, only problem with you. Ma'am, please continue, please.
I asked you the first question, how many languages are spoken across the world?
More than 3,000 languages.
More than 3,000. Yes, yeah, yes, certainly yes, yeah. Of course, we may not be able to waste much time, but as you can see, there are about 7,000 recorded languages. Okay, there could be many more, but this is what was given by the International Phonetic Association. And any idea of what the most economical language in the world is? By economical, I mean, where few words are used, but you can speak many things using very few words. Any guesses? Okay, I'll give you a clue. It's our neighboring country. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's Sinhalese, a language spoken in Sri Lanka. I believe it's the most economical language because it has fewer number of words, but you can communicate with those words. For example, a word called Ayubowan. You just have to learn one word, Ayubowan, and it means good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, and good day. Look at that, okay? So economical way of using the language. Yeah. Next, anybody who's good at whistling here? I'm sure many of you are. So you have a language, somebody who's good at whistling, we have a language for you. There is a language which is entirely made up of whistles. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. Any guesses what that language is? Certainly it would be difficult to guess. It's a language that's spoken in Spain, parts of Spain. It's called La Gomera. And finally, do you also know that, of course, all the languages that we have just mentioned are all, naturally evolved languages. But scientists have also come up with the world's artificial language, which people have come together and created a language for ourselves. Any guesses what that language is? You can throw a few stones, at least one will hit. World's artificial language which stood the test of time. Yeah, that's called Esperanto. I'm sure you would have heard of it, at least some of you. Yeah, so the Esperanto is being very widely, being developed. And even in Hyderabad, the University of Hyderabad, for instance, there are quite a few experts who are working on this world's artificial language. And finally, I have a question for you. Someone who speaks many languages, what do you call that person? A person who can speak many languages.
Polyglot.
Polyglot, yes, sir, you're spot on. So let's look at this word polyglot. Poly, of course, is multiple, right? And glot, what does glot refer to? Any guesses? Yeah, glot refers to your glottis, right? Glottis, where you have two vocal cords. Do you know when you speak any language, it needn't be English alone, any language, if you have to communicate, you have a pair of vocal folds here. There are two vocal folds. That is where the origin of sound begins. Okay, in case your vocal folds are not healthy, or sometimes polyps develop, sometimes for some people, when there is paralysis of one half of the body, one vocal fold doesn't vibrate, and obviously you cannot produce speech, and you cannot naturally produce sounds as well. So your vocal folds are the origin of your speech. Okay, now let us check whether your vocal folds are functioning or not. Okay, now I want all of you to take the tip of your fingers and put it on your throat here. There's something called Adam's apple. For men, it's more visible than women, of course, but put it on your throat. And can you start sustaining the sound? Can you all say "Sss"? I may not be able to hear, but I'm just hoping you're all doing it. Sss. And now can you do the next one? Zzz. What do you realize? What's the difference when you said "s" versus "z"? Vibration of your fingers started vibrating. Very good. That's a good news. Your vocal folds are working very well. Okay, that's wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, that's very good. So vocal fold vibration is very, very crucial for the production of speech sounds. Okay, if your vocal folds don't vibrate, you cannot hear any sound. That's something that, so obviously you cannot abuse your vocal folds. You have to really protect them. What do I mean by this? You can't be yelling for too long. For example, I'm sure you would have realized when you cheer, when you're in a cheer team, okay, you're cheering for a team, maybe a football match or somewhere, and you shout all the while. And next day, sometimes, did you ever realize? I don't know if you have experience, but I have lost my voice completely. I could not speak at all. Did you ever experience that?
Yes, madam.
Yeah, that happens when you abuse your vocal folds. Anyway, let's move on. Now I have one question, another question for you. I don't know if you're interested. Sorry. Okay, before I predict that, how many times do you think your vocal folds vibrate when you speak? Let's go by gender, okay? For example, when a man speaks, you know that if you put your hand here and you start talking to each other, you can feel the vibration here. So how many times do you think your vocal folds, there are two of them, how many times do you think they vibrate per second? Any guesses? Yeah? Yeah, okay. I have projected it. It's 120 times your vocal folds are vibrating every second. Isn't that a miracle? I mean, I find it very fascinating. 120 times every second your vocal folds are vibrating when you speak. That's interesting. How about women? How many times do you think a woman's voice, when she speaks, how many times do you think the vocal folds vibrate? I think men will be able to answer this question better.
More than 120.
More than 120?
240.
Very good. I think out of experience you're talking, sir.
240, madam. 240.
Yeah. Okay, let me project it. It's about 240, almost double the number of men. Okay. So remember, when a woman talks, her vocal folds are vibrating 240 times per second. Oh God. So what's a lesson that men should learn? Never pick up a fight with a woman, okay? You're bound to lose.
Be silent, madam.
Yes. Be silent. Okay. That's a
Yeah.
good lesson that you can learn
Yes,
for
sir.
today.
We have to accept the oral abuse.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for those add-ons. And children are much, much higher. No wonder when you have a few children in a room and they start shouting, you can't take it for too long because the pitch is very, very high, right? Okay. Now moving on. In the production of speech, whether it's English or Telugu or Hindi, whatever the case be, there are three systems that are working. You have to have your respiratory system good. Any problems with your respiration, it will take a toll on your speech. Your phonatory system, by phonatory, I mean these vocal folds, they have to be intact. And also, it also involves your articulatory system, all your lips, your teeth, your tongue, everything has to be in place for us to be able to speak. I'm talking about all these as an introductory, introduction to this topic, because I want you to really appreciate the fact that we are all able to speak language so fluently, whatever language it be, because remember, all these are functioning so well for us to be able to speak. Okay, so please do appreciate. And then so many parts in your mouth and your nose and your throat are involved in the production of speech sounds. Okay, so we'll move on to English language in particular. Now, so far it's been just an introduction, a warm-up sort of a thing. Now let's look at English language. Are you all ready to pronounce a few words? I'm going to put them up on the screen. How do you pronounce this word? I want to hear a woman's response. So far, I think I could only hear a male response.
Soup.
Soup. Okay. Sir, the same person. Can you? Yes. Can you pronounce this word? What's that?
Be silent.
Be silent. Very good. Very good. Okay. So look at this. I hope I'm audible. Am I audible to all the centers?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Okay. Very good. Now the first word is soup. A very familiar word. We all have soup, right, now and then. But the second word, although it sounds very similar, looks very similar, but it's got a different pronunciation. It is just who. The final P is silent. Okay, and that's what is funny about English. How about this word? Can somebody pronounce this for me?
Cliche.
Cliche. Okay. Anyone else? One more.
Cliche, ma'am.
Cliche.
Cliche, no doubt.
Cliche. Okay. One more answer. One last answer.
Glitch.
Glitch. Okay. Glitch. Cliche. Which do you think is right?
I prefer cliche. Cliche.
Glitch. Glitch. Okay. Now I've got three versions. Glitch, glitch, cliche, and cliche. Right? Is that?
Cliche.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, it is very challenging to pronounce English words. We may have learned all the letters of English alphabet, but still we are struggling to pronounce. As two or three of you have answered, it is cliche and not click or glitch. Okay, yeah, you are absolutely right. If that is cliche, what do you think the next word is?
Niche.
Niche. Very good. This is the same person who's answering because I am talking to a screen here. I cannot see anybody. I hope it's not the same person who is giving answers again and again.
Sorry, madam,
Yeah.
same person.
Same person? Okay. Anyway, thank you for your enthusiasm though. But I welcome all the others also to, participate and also give your answers. Yes, you're absolutely right. The first word here is cliche, but the second word here is niche.
Niche.
Yes, cliche, but it's not niche, okay? It's just niche.
Niche.
Yes, English language is very irritating, right? What is this? They almost look the same soup, but cool. Cliche and it's niche and not niche. Okay, you want to try a few more words? Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, right. How about this word?
Almond. Be silent.
Almond. Oh, what is silent?
D.
D is silent, okay.
Almond.
Almond.
Almond. I could hear a female voice which says almond.
Yeah, ma'am. This is Brinda from NRC Anantapuram.
Oh, very good. Wonderful. Yes, you are spot on, dear, because L is silent in this
L
word,
is silent.
okay? Yes, L is silent. It's almond and not almond. Ah, look at that. How about this
Plumber.
word?
Plumber. Plumber.
Plumber.
Plumber.
Be
very-
silent. Plumber.
Okay, good. Are you a teacher of English? Do
No,
you
no,
teach
no.
English?
No, teacher. No.
Chemistry.
Chemistry, oh, that's great, really great. Chemistry is one subject I'm really scared of anyway. Yes, it's plumber, okay? The B is silent here. And look at this, a very common word. We all experience this. How do you pronounce this word?
Indigestion.
Indigestion, okay, that's a very common way of pronouncing, but you'll be surprised. Do you want me to tell you how it's actually pronounced?
Infection.
I hope you won't be disappointed. It is indigestion. Can you believe that? Very boring, right? Yeah, we all say indigestion, but the actual British pronunciation is indigestion. So if you go to pharmaceutical stores in England, maybe for instance in London or somewhere, and over the counter you ask for a medicine for indigestion, I don't think they're going to understand us. Okay, it's indigestion. How about this word?
Subtle.
Subtle. Be silent. Subtle.
Be silent. Madam and sir are really competing with each other.
Yeah,
Are you
stubborn.
from the same? Are you from the same college?
No, no, no.
No.
But same batch. Same batch trainers.
Same batch. Okay. I'm really enjoying
Third
this
batch.
class.
Third batch. Third batch.
Third batch. Okay, very good. Okay, so yes, here B is silent. For some of you who are very silent, it is subtle. Okay, not subtle, but B is silent. And then this is a word I'm sure you would have seen this word several times, but how do we pronounce it?
Ranjor.
What's that, sir?
Ranjor.
Once again. Randor.
Reservoirs. D silent. Reservoirs.
Reservoirs. Oh, that's a good attempt, but I don't think that's correct. Okay, shall I pronounce it for you? It is rendezvous. The Z is silent, the S is silent. Very irritating, right? Okay, how about a simple word like this?
Debris.
Debris.
Yes,
Silent.
yes.
Silent. Debris.
S is silent. Absolutely right. I think you watch a lot of English movies and also English news channels. You're getting many of the words right, which is very good. S is silent. It's all about getting the right kind of exposure. Yeah, and finally, what is, I'm sure many of you will answer
Debt.
this.
Debt.
No, no, no. That is VEBT.
Debut. T silent. T silent.
What is
Debut. Debut.
debut? Yes, exactly. Yes,
Yes.
yes.
T
Sachin
silent.
Tendulkar. Yes, yes. Very good. Sachin Tendulkar made his debut, right? The final team.
silent.
Correct, correct, correct. And finally, what about this word? If you go by the spelling, most of us, it's actually pronounced. If you go by the spelling, yes, you all tend to say memoir, but the actual pronunciation, do you want to listen to it? It is memoir, memoir. Okay. Yeah, right. Now we will, same thing. You can see that I have highlighted all the sounds, all the letters that are silent. Okay, subtle, rendezvous, debris, debut, memoir. Okay, plumber, almond. All the ones marked in red are all silent. Coup. Okay, right. Now, what are all these called? A, B, C, D until Z? Z or Z?
Z. Both are correct, madam.
Both are correct, but what's the difference?
One is American, one is in British.
Yes, absolutely right. Z is American way and Z is the British way. But our English, is it closer to American or English? British English?
British, madam.
English.
Yes, we are. Our language is much closer to British because obviously we were ruled by them. Of course, slowly things are changing now that there's a lot of media, movies, etc. Hollywood movies. Children of this generation are slowly getting exposed to the American variety as well. But for teaching, learning purpose, we always rely on British English. Now, before that, what are all these called? A, B, C, D, etc.
Alphabet.
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 Alphabet, not S. Alphabet.
Bet. Alphabet.
Okay, both of you have said alphabet. So what is each one called? What is A? What is B?
Vowel. Vowel, consonant.
Vowels,
C is consonant. A, I, O, U, consonant. Vowels.
Vowels. Yeah, very good. I'm glad you're all participating so well. It's very exciting because I'm just have the screen right in front of me, cannot even interact with each of you, right? But I'm glad you're all communicating so well and answering. Yes, A, B, C until Z, it's all called the alphabet of English language. Okay, now each one is called a letter. Okay, so how many letters do we have in English alphabet?
26.
26, exactly. Okay, so English language has 26 letters, out of which we have 21 consonants and 5 vowels. You remember?
vowels.
So one of you actually was reading out all the list of vowels: A, E, I, O, U. Yeah, these 5 vowels, right? Now, but we have all learned these letters right from our childhood. A, B, C, D is something we all begin our education with, A, B, C, Ds, right? And of course, Telugu alphabet, etc. But you all have the knowledge of letters, but although you have the knowledge of letters, did it help you to pronounce new words here? You are still not very sure. For example, the word cliche, when I asked you to pronounce, somebody said click, another person said glitch, yeah, and a few more said cliche. So who is correct and who is wrong? And how do we resolve this problem? What's the problem with English language, as you can see here? Can you identify why we are struggling to pronounce English words?
Fewer words, fewer sounds, madam.
Pardon me, sir?
Sounds. Syllables.
Syllable sounds, okay. But what's the problem? I have already put it on the screen. All the red ones, what's happening in English?
They're silent.
It has a native impact also, ma'am.
Native, okay. Native impact is fine, but what's the obvious problem that you see here? Yes, exactly. There are a lot of silent letters. Very, strange, right? You write a P here, but you don't pronounce. You say knife, but you don't pronounce the K there. You say walk, but you don't pronounce the L there, right? Okay. And in fact, if you randomly write down about 100 words of English, about 80 words of English have silent letters. How strange, right? Walk and talk and knife and A lot of words, where you write it. That's why children struggle to learn the spelling of English, because there is no one-to-one correspondence between what you write, the spelling, and the pronunciation. But that's not the case with our languages. In our languages, what happens is you write what you speak. There are no silent letters. Think of your own language, Telugu. Do you think you have silent letters like this, where you write but you don't pronounce? There are no silent letters, right? But you have an example for it? No? Yes? Okay, yes. If you check our languages, Indian languages, they're very systematic in the sense we write what we speak. So there's no issue of spelling errors, etc. I mean, it's not as bad as English, okay? English, of course, is a borrowed language. It has borrowed a lot of words from various languages. So no wonder there's a lot of anomaly between spelling and pronunciation.
There is no one-to-one response.
Yeah.
It is not vertical. There is no one-to-one correspondence between sound and letter.
Yes, correct. There is no one-to-one correspondence. You are absolutely right. There is no one-to-one correspondence between the sounds and the letters. So now we have identified the problem. The problem with English is there are a lot of silent letters. And that's why we are struggling to pronounce new words when we encounter them, although we have learned English for many years. Now, let me ask you a question. So, yes, we have identified the problem, but what's the solution to this problem? Every problem comes with a solution. Always bear that in mind, whether in language learning or in life, there's always a solution waiting. You just have to wait for the right time for it to happen. So, what's the solution for this problem of pronunciation? Yes, the solution is we all know the letters of English, but we have never learned the sounds of English. Okay, so once you learn the sounds of English, there are 44 sounds of English, out of which 24 are consonant sounds and 20 are vowel sounds. I'm going to run through all these sounds. I know actually at our university we teach these sounds for one semester. Okay, and we have one-to-one practice, we have tutorials, we have lab sessions, etc. But now that we have just about 1 hour on our hand, let's see how best we can execute this. Okay, so the solution lies in learning this, at least having a nodding acquaintance of these 44 sounds of English. Once you learn these sounds of English, which hardly takes about 2 to 3 days, I mean, to get just a basic understanding, what happens is you don't have to ask anybody whether you're pronouncing something right or wrong. You can be self-reliant. You can check the dictionary on your own and see how it is transcribed, and correct your pronunciation. That's the best part about learning sounds. Okay, so let's move on. Letters versus, so you might be wondering, what are these letters and how are they different from sounds? Yes, in our languages, each letter is a sound in itself. But here in English, there is no match. As you can see, there are 26 letters, but then there are 44 sounds. So what do we mean by letters and how are they different from sounds? Okay, let us look at this. Now look at these three words. All of them begin with the same letter CH, CH, CH. Can one of you pronounce all the three words for me?
Chef.
Chef?
Chef. 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 Child. Chaos.
Chef. Child. Chaos.
Okay.
Chef, child, chaos.
Okay, right. Yeah, thank you. The first word is not chef, okay? It is chef. Like chef. Chef, okay? It's not chef. And do you know the meaning of chef? I'm sure many of you know. A chief cook, yeah, head cook, exactly. So don't say chef anymore, it is chef, okay? And what about this word? This word all of us know, it is child. And the last word, chaos. What's the meaning of chaos? Chaos.
Disorderness or disturbance.
Problem.
Disturbance.
Confusion, etc. Right? Yeah. Now, likewise, see, that's exactly what I was trying to tell you. Although we have begun with the same letter CH, 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 but the pronunciation is very different. In the first word, it is sh. Second word, it is ch. Third word, it is k. So sounds are different from letters. Do you see that? Okay. Next, likewise, if you look at a few vowels, example of a vowel here, this is A, and A. The letter is the same, but the way you pronounce it is, here it is and, right? You spread your lips, and. Like, yeah, here the second word is ah. A is different from ah, and ah is different from. How about the last word? How do you pronounce that?
Apple, apple, apple.
No, no, look at the word. Look at the word. It's not apple.
Apply.
Yeah, apply. Okay, so let's look at this. Yeah, the same thing. As I said, letters are different from sounds. Letter may be the same, but the sounds are very different. Did you ever see these sort of things in the dictionary? Did you
Yes.
refer to a Yes, this is
Phonetics.
called, these are called phonetics, so phonetic symbols. Okay.
Phonetics.
Yes, the first sound is chief, ch. Second sound is chef, sh. And the third sound is chaos, k. Okay. Likewise, you have
Yeah.
aunt, and apply. Okay. So I hope I'm clear about the difference between letters and sounds. So we were taught these letters, but we were never taught these sounds, at least during our schooling. Now there's a lot of awareness. See, now training programs like this, for instance, can really help you. Also, schools have introduced phonetics in their syllabus. Not just schools, even engineering colleges, by JNTU, especially JNTU syllabus has phonetics. All the children, engineering children in the first year, they are taught all these sounds, and that's how they pick up language, right? Okay, now, as I mentioned earlier, we have 44 sounds, out of which 24 are consonant sounds. So let us run through those 24 consonant sounds, okay? Yeah, now these are the 24 consonant sounds. I know there I have listed all of them like this. It's very boring to learn like this. There are 24 and just running through them may be a little difficult. So we will divide them in under 5 headings, okay? We will distribute these 24 consonant sounds and we will learn them under 5 headings. The first one is called plosives. There are 6 plosives, okay? The first sound, see, one thing you should bear in mind is, now, if you just focus this 1 hour, you will be able to read the dictionary on your own. I can promise you that, okay? But be focused. I know it's post lunch session and you may be feeling sleepy, but try and keep yourself awake. See, this is P, right? Letter P. But the moment you put it between slashes, it becomes a sound. This is P. Letter is P, but sound is P, okay? So, pin, P as in pin, T as in time, K as in kite. Okay, this is one of, I'm giving you one example for each of these sounds. Now I'm introducing all these 24 consonant sounds. This is P as in pin. Can you give me one more example of P?
Pot.
Pot, pen, or pygmy, etc. Right? This is T as in time, K as in kite. Now I would like to ask you something. Can I have K example knife as? Can I have? Wait, maybe I should start typing here. It's becoming a little difficult. Can you see the screen? Is that visible?
Yeah, visible, ma'am.
Because this way I can at least make it a little more interactive. Can this be an example for k sound?
No, it's knife.
Ah, yes. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, maybe something like, how about this? Can this be an example for k?
No. K silent.
K is silent. You cannot give this as an example, okay? Right, very good. And look at this. So the next one is B as in box, D as in dog, G as in game. Okay, can I have this as an example for B sound?
Subtle.
Can I give this as an example for B sound, word for B?
No.
No, because
B is silent there, so we cannot give example.
Yes, you cannot give this because actually it's pronounced as subtle, right?
Subtle.
Okay, I'll give you one more example. Can I have this as an example for B sound?
B is silent, Tom.
B silent.
B is silent, Tom.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. B is silent, exactly. It is actually tomb, not tomb, right? Okay, that's very good. Yeah. Now, okay, D as in dog and G as in game, okay? Right? So these, we have covered 6 sounds so far. They are all called plosives. Don't worry about this label, but maybe you can learn them in sets. There are 5 sets that I'm going to teach. This is the first set. Now the second set, we call them yeah, so the good exercise that you can do, or even you can teach your children also at home, in your schools, wherever you're working, degree colleges, per, you can have it in the initial position, you can see it in the word medial position, or it can even come in the word final position. So likewise, you can see that, you know, you can do this little exercise so that you will get a hang of it. Okay, now let's move on to fricatives. Fricatives, we have, you know, fur as in fan. This one looks a little different, right? The as in thin. So, yeah. So let us learn them as pairs, okay? Fur, ver. Fur, ver. Okay, ver as in van. The. Do you see? I'm looking at it as a pair now. Are you sorry? So the moment you see this, you know it's a the symbol. And this is a the symbol, okay? These, as in these. Can you give me one more example for the? Can we have this?
Think.
Yes? Yes? Why not, right? Yeah.
Thirst.
Yeah.
Thirst.
First, very good. Yes. Yeah. So the first sound that you will see in the dictionary is this one. Okay, good. Now let me move to the next pair. Sir.
Thick.
Thick. Yes, very good. Sir, z. Sir, z. Okay. Now this is a big problem for Telugu speakers. You know what many of the Telugu speakers say? Zoom meeting. Am I right or wrong?
No, Zoom meeting.
It is Zoom meeting. Why do you think many Telugus have problem pronouncing this Z sound? They'll say 0 marks. I will go to the Jew park. Okay. Zoom meeting. Why is it happening? Why is it Z and not yeah?
No
Because
similar
in Telugu
word in
there is no
Telugu
Z,
alphabet.
ma'am.
Yes.
Z, it is not existed.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
Yeah,
So
that's one of the factor.
Yes, that's very crucial. Sometimes, you know, sounds that don't exist in our language, what we tend to do is don't exist in our language. What we tend to do is we search for the nearest sound in our Telugu, okay, or in our native tongue, and we substitute it. No wonder many Telugus have issues with this, because we don't have Z sound in Telugu. That's what I guess. Okay. Now, next one is, what do you think this sound is? Now, you tell me. This one.
Sure and
Sure as in shoe, right?
Sure.
Yes. Sure as in shoe, shirt, shine, etc. And je also is a big problem for many Telugu speakers. Je as in
measure,
measure.
pressure,
Yes.
pressure, pleasure.
Yes, exactly. But many people tend to say measurement. Measurement, no. Okay, it's measurement.
Measurement.
Yes. And finally, her as in hello. Okay, now I'll give you one word. Can I have this as an example for?
No, H silent. Ah.
Yes.
Ah.
Yes. H is silent here, so you cannot have this as an example. How about this one?
Honest. H silent. Honest.
Yes, you're absolutely right. He is an honest man, not honest. Okay. Honesty is the best policy? No. Honesty. H is actually written in the spelling but not pronounced. It's only honest. Okay. That's how you pronounce it. So,
Ma'am, we would love to have say hello, say jumbo with Gita.
Okay. You have
Madam.
attended one of my sessions earlier?
One more doubt from our sessions, madam, our participants. Why is there any relation between the sound and the alphabet?
Is there any relationship between the sound and the alphabet?
Sound, yeah.
Actually, sound and the alphabet in the sense of, for instance, why? How about this word?
Air. H silent.
H is silent again? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've asked a question. Is there a relationship between the sound and the alphabet? In some cases, yes. But in some cases, you find absolutely no relationship, because if you ask me why is a cat called a cat in English, there are no answers, right? Some native speakers started calling it cat, and therefore it became a cat. Okay, so languages sometimes they evolve, they're just arbitrary. You cannot have reasons also. Why in this word H is not pronounced? Nobody knows. Okay, but why is it that it's pronounced in the word hello? Nobody knows, because if you see H is followed by E here, H is also followed by E here. What's the logic? Nobody knows. Okay, likewise, the words that I have put up in the beginning, if you remember, soup and coo. Now, why is it soup and why is it just coo and not P is not pronounced? Of course, sometimes words are borrowed from other languages, therefore it happens that way. But otherwise, there's no reason and rhyme as to why something is pronounced that way. Okay, right? As I said, languages are arbitrary. Okay, now let us look at the distribution of these fricatives. There are 9 of them. We call them fricatives. As I said, don't bother about the label here. Okay, let's move and see how the examples are listed here. For as in funny. Can I have phase as an example here? Phase, is that a correct example?
Yeah, because fur
Fur, right?
pronounced as fur.
Yes.
So we can take face as an example.
Yes, absolutely right. Look at the spelling. Sometimes it is F, sometimes it is PH, sometimes it is double F, sometimes it is GH. Too much, right? Nothing, no relationship absolutely between what you write and how you pronounce. So just that sound for, you can pronounce it, you can write it as GH, truff. You can do a double F here, or you can have a single F or a PH. So now when it comes to pronunciation, never go by spelling. That's the biggest mistake that we all make, right? Okay, all the spelling gives 50% of a clue, but that's not everything. Now the second sound that we learned under fricatives, if you remember, is ver as in van, avoid, cave, initial, medial, final position of a word. This is the as in thank, authority, path. And this is the sound. Okay, the as in, shall I make it a little bigger so that you can all see? But how do I make it bigger?
Home, madam. Home and increase the size of the alphabet.
Yeah, but how do I don't know it. Okay, maybe here. Just because it's a new sound for you. Do you see that? That's how it looks. Okay, the. Yeah, that's the as in those, brother, mother, bathe, etc. And sir as in slip, ask, raise. This we get it right, but as I said, some of us have problems with z. If you have problem, please start practicing. Okay, pick up about 10 to 20 words which has this sound and say zoom, zero, z, zip, etc. Have 10 words and practice. Nothing is impossible when you practice. Okay, praising, amaze, z, as you can see, and this is sure sound. It's like a nice snake. Okay, shall I zoom it for you? Yeah, do you see that? It's like a long S, sure. And this is show, passion, rash. Okay. Now, every,
Shackle, like this one.
shackle. Yes, of course, yes. Now, if you remember, I've given you one word sometime back. Where is that gone? I've given you one word. Can I have this as an example here? This one as an example for sure.
Yes, madam.
Very good, chef. Okay, because obviously it is. Now I'll give you one more word. You tell me whether it's correct or wrong. Okay. Can I have
madam.
this?
Yes, madam. Chauffeur.
How do you pronounce this?
Chauffeur.
Chauffeur. You know who a chauffeur is? An official driver, right? Yeah, exactly. So chef, chauffeur, chaperone, lot of words which begin with ch but are pronounced as sh. Okay, so I'm just giving you, drawing your attention, but you have to build on this. Just one class may not be sufficient, right, for us to But I'll just put you on the right track so that you will look at that. That's a j sound. This is also a big problem for many Telugu speakers. J, as in genre. It is not genre, okay? Genre. Measure, not measurement, it is measurement. And measure. And rouge, mirage. Okay, I don't know if you have heard of the word mirage. Yeah, many of you. That also has the same spelling. And finally, we have her as in hotel, ahead, and no word. I have put a blank here. Any guesses what it means? I put a blank here.
No word ending with her.
No word ends with her. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah. Now, the next one, as I told you, there are 24 consonant sounds. We have already finished 2 sets, 6 plus 9, 15 are over. We are doing the rest of them. Okay. Now we have something called affricates. There are just 2 of them. You have ch and j. Choose, jump. Most of us get it right. So I don't want to waste much time on this. Ch as in chip, achieve, catch, j as in jeep, join, grudge, etc. Okay, right. Next one is, these are nasals are also very easy. All of us get it right. Ma, na, and n. Okay, like in man, nose, hang. That's it. Okay, so that's not a problem. Now this ma also can come in the initial, medial, final position. Merry, amount, trim, nice, another tune, but no English word begins with this sound. Okay, but there are some languages which actually have, they begin with this sound. Some of the Tibeto-Burman languages, okay, they begin here. And English, bring ng combination, that's the one. Okay, now the last set of consonants for today, you have y, r, l, and w. This is y. It looks like j, but don't be mistaken. Y as in yes, the first sound here, yes. R as in rose, L as in love, and W as in work. Okay, right. That's about the consonant sound. So in a way, how do I put it? I have kind of revised. Let me show you that. Yeah, all these 24 sounds, we have run through them. This is p, b, t, d, k, g, ch, j, f, and v, th, d, s, z, sh, j, h, and then the nasals m, n, ng, and finally l, r, y, and yes. Okay, all the 24 sounds, consonant sounds we have run through. So now let's move on to the vowel sounds. How many vowels do you think we have? Do you remember? I will show you this slide. No, those
20,
are letters.
20,
We are
20.
talking about sounds now.
20.
Yes. See, so far we have finished this. Now we are going to learn these 20 vowels, okay? Vowels are a little tricky. You have to be very careful. So let's go and do a bit on work on vowels. I would say out of these 20 vowels,
Monophthongs.
12 are monophthongs and the rest are called diphthongs, okay? Diphthongs. These are a little confusing because vowels, it's all about how wide you open and how narrow you make your mouth, okay? So now, for example, the first sound, do you see it? Is it visible? Shall I make the font a little bigger? Oh, yeah. Okay, I think you can see it. Sorry. Look at that. This is like a, yeah, this is up. And
Up.
this is a pair. Whenever you see 2 dots here. Yes, correct. Yeah. Yeah, it's a long version. Look at that. You see 2 dots right next to that. Whenever you see 2 dots like a colon mark, it tells us that it's a long vowel. Okay, right. So this is short as in up, the first sound here, and this is as in ask. Okay, yeah, and this is also but it's too very narrow opening of your mouth. allow. Lot of times I've noticed that many Telugu speakers have issues with this particular sound. You know, there are a lot of words you can fine tune your pronunciation. For example, I went across the road. Across, no, across. Again, amazing, not amazing, not again. Okay, don't open your mouth much for the first letter here. You have to keep it a little narrow, closed, so that you get the right sound, and it brings little sophistication to your speech. Okay, allow, not allow. Allow, no, it's allow, and so on and so forth. And this is like, you know, it's a long one, same thing but slightly long. Earth, this is a, this is you can see that, right? Earth, yes. Many of us go wrong with this. For example, curd rice, curd, no, curd, right? That's, yeah, there are a lot of she gave birth to the child. Birth, it is birth, okay, birth. Please correct yourself if you have this problem. Birth, earth, curd, girl, not girls are bad, gulls are bad, okay, no, girl, it's a long sound. Actually, if you fine tune, most of us get our consonants right. It's with the vowels that you can make out you know, differences in speech. So, okay, if you have issues with this, please list at least 10 words and start practicing. Nothing is difficult. Okay, now the next one is very easy for many of us. All these four are very easy for many Telugu speakers. This is short E, itch. E as in itch, pitch, you know, pin, king, and etc. This is a long one. Each. Each is different from each, right? Okay. Yeah. But do you know the North Indians have a lot of issues with length? They, because their languages don't have length. They don't have long vowels. That's why, you know, or the other way around. Some, for example, not Mizo, Manipuri, the language spoken in Manipur, they don't have short vowels. So even if you, they have to say itch, okay, it's itching, you know, I have itch in my hair, whatever the case be, they tend to say each. They can never say fish, they'll say fish, because they don't have short vowels. So they automatically substitute everything with a long vowel. It's all about your mother tongue influence. It is you know, overlapped on the English language that you pick up, right? But we, of course, down south, we don't have problems with length. We all get them right. And this is E and E, U and U, which is also fine. Yes, Telugu speakers have a lot of issues with these two sounds. We don't round our lips. It is very hot. Hot summer, ha, no, it's hot. Round your lips, okay, you will get the right sound if you round your lips. Hot summer. Likewise, by all of your crazy, all, no, all, okay, all. The moment you round, your language will be highly sophisticated. He's a tall boy, no, tall, okay, tall. I went to a shopping mall. I got a call from my mother, call, tall, mall, etc. Please do practice, because this is a very, very typical problem with many Telugu speakers. You know what you do? You replace this or with this one. Sorry, this one. Getting this one, okay? Many Telugu speakers replace this with this. Do not do that. Make sure you're, you know, what's this? What was I about to say? This power cut here, so I'm wondering. Oh, can you all hear me? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Thankfully, the internet is still on. Yeah. Okay. Now the next one is this. Also, we get it right. So issues. We have issues with these two sounds. So do make sure you get them right. We also have issues as Telugu speakers. We have issues with these two as well. So if you're aware of it, I'm sure you can get a good hang of it. And finally, we have A as an end, send, friend. You get this right, no problem. And A as an apple, application, you know, and so forth. Yeah. right? Now that's about monophthongs. We will look at, yeah, now probably an exercise like this will really help you. But now that it's, yeah, you can see that I have put down words here. Okay. Now there are certain blanks, as you can see. So blanks tell us that it's not possible, okay, to have words in the word final position. And finally, we have the last set of sounds. We call them diphthongs. Wherever I have put star, do you see an asterisk? Yeah, here and here. These are the four sounds that we have issues with. Rest of the sounds, we have absolutely no problems, okay? Right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Now let me just run through these sounds for you. This is one set. This is another set. And finally, you have the third set. Don't worry, you may not learn everything right away. I'm just introducing you to this topic. If you are interested, there are a lot of resources on YouTube which you can always pick up and learn, okay? Now, this first sound is called fear, ear, like in fear, near. Can you give me one more example for this sound? Ear?
Near, dear.
Yeah, dear, fear, near, etc. Okay? Now,
Clear.
yes, clear.
Clear.
Yes. Next one is air. Air, as in, as you can see, it's not air, okay? It's not fair girl, it's fair girl. Fair. Okay? Air, fair.
Fear.
Yes, share. Yeah, you share your stuff. And this is ua. Ua, oo and ua. As in sure. She's a poor. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, sure, sure. Not sure. Okay, it's sure.
Sure.
Yeah, these are diphthongs. By diphthongs, I mean it's not a single sound, but there are two sounds, as you can see, e, a, u, and a. So ear, air, ua. Okay. Now let us look at these three sounds. We don't have issues with this. Just that a little problem with the first one, but otherwise this set we get them easily. This is a, oi, and I. A as in name. Many of us say, what is your name? It's not name, but it's a nice diphthong, name. Say, what is your age? Okay?
Fame.
Yeah.
Fame. Shame.
Shape, cage. Okay, all these are examples. And oi as in boy, and any more examples that you want to give?
Toy.
Exactly. Others are not responding. Yes. One more example for oi sound. Sol. Okay. Toy, boy, koi, and so and so forth.
Convoy.
Convoy. Very good. And this is I as in I, might, try, cry, etc. And these two sounds finally, it is o and ow. Okay. So, no, and so and so forth. I know it may be sounding a little awkward, but yeah, that's how it is pronounced. And ow as in out. Yeah, just a second.
Owl.
Yes. Yeah. Give me just a second. I'll plug my this thing. Yeah.
Owl.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry about it.
Ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I am speaking from NRC Ananthapuram.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, we are able to learn all these things regarding pronunciation, and we had a few sessions from the local trainers, that is from English faculty, for the last 2 days as well, ma'am.
Okay.
And so it has enhanced our levels of understanding about the pronunciation, phonetics, and of course pronunciation.
Yes, sir.
Pronunciation, ma'am. All this is about regarding the general words, but the thing is that actually when we go to class and try to teach the subject which involves scientific words, because I am a science faculty,
Yes,
chemistry
sir.
faculty. So, so after listening to these sessions, so a doubt arises that how should we pronounce these scientific words? So which has not been listed in these sessions, ma'am. Say for example, my chemistry language, in my chemistry subject, there is a word orbital. It spells as ORBITAL. So now we have been pronouncing it as orbital. Now I got a doubt that how should I pronounce it? Is it orbital or orbital or anything else, ma'am?
Okay. That's a, sorry.
Ma'am, further I would like to suggest that is there any book or anything like that which can give a better pronunciation for these scientific words which encompasses these words of different subjects, ma'am?
Okay.
So which will benefit the science faculty a lot, ma'am.
Sir, actually, in the dictionary, you will find the pronunciation of the word orbital. Yeah, it's R is silent. I'm just coming to that point, actually. Of course, not the technical words, but quite a few are listed in the dictionary itself. And if you have any issues, you can also Google and see the pronunciation of these words. There's no separate book for the pronunciation of all these technical words, but at the end of a dictionary, sometimes you do find a list being given, especially proper names, common nouns, etc.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. Where are we? Yes. Is my slide? Are they visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's visible.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So anyway, I have listed down all the sounds here. Oh, that's okay. Now I have a little task for you. Now that we have run through all the vowels, I want you to transcribe now. Okay, let us see how well you do it. See the word fish, for example. This is how you see in the dictionary. Now, once you know how to read the transcription, I'm sure you can be on your own. Okay, so let's see how best you can do this. For example, the word fish. What's the first sound in the word fish? Can you write in your notebook?
And sure.
Yeah, fur is the first sound. So how do you transcribe fur? It's like an F symbol, right?
Yes.
And what's the last sound that you hear? Sh. Sh. The last sound is sh. So how do you think sh is transcribed? Do you remember sh? Do you see sh somewhere?
Sure, like yes, ma'am.
Yes, just like S, the long one, right? That is show as in show. Okay, now I think we should not go back. It's taking time. Yeah, so fur and sure. And what's the vowel here? Yeah, try and identify the vowel. What do you think is the vowel? Is it fush? No. It's fish, right? Not fush. Is it fash? No. Is it fush? No. Fush? No. Is it fish?
Yes.
Yes. So you go that way. Is it fish? No. It's a short vowel fish, right? Okay. So how do we pronounce, how do we write now? This is how we transcribe. Fish. 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 That's what you see in the dictionary. That's it. As simple as that. If you know those 44 sounds which I just ran through, you can read dictionary on your own. Okay. Now let me try and check this. Can you transcribe this for me now? Do it on your notebooks and I'll project the right answer.
Ash.
The first sound, what do you think it is? Sorry if it's, had it been offline mode, we could have interacted better. But anyway, the R sound, right? Rash, R. And what is the vowel here? How do you transcribe the vowel? Rash, ra, Where is a here?
Ask. In ask.
No, that is a. That is ask.
Yeah.
Can you identify the vowel in the word rash? It is this apple sound, right? The last one. Do you see?
Apple.
Yeah. Rash. So this is the sound. Apple, rash, as you can see. Yeah. So that's how you transcribe it, okay? I'll give you one more. Would you like to try? Don't go by the number of letters. There are 4 sounds here. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the first sound? Per. What's the next sound? Per and then preach, right? Per. The next sound is r. Finally, what's the vowel sound here? E, right? It's a long E. And then finally you have ch. So do you want me to project? Yeah. This is how you will find it in the dictionary. Preach. Okay. And then watch would be like this. Watch. Wa, o, and ch. Watch. Okay. That's how transcription is done. Now look at this. This birth and this one, are they different? This is train birth, right? And this is childbirth. Are they pronounced the same way or are they different?
Madam, one is long, one is short.
One is long, one is short. Can you pronounce, sir?
Birth, birth, birth and birth. Birth, B-I-R-T-H, birth, short. Birth, B-E-R-T-H, birth, long.
Long, okay. Actually, both are pronounced the same. Can you pronounce it now? In both the words, it's birth, like in girl, curd. Remember this sound? Girl and curd and birth. Okay, it's birth. Many times, most of the Telugu speakers get the pronunciation of these words wrong. So that's how it goes. Okay, and then how about this one? You transcribe it as zoom, right? Okay, and this is judge. It's not judge, okay? It is judge, judgment. Yeah. Okay. Now, I want you to get the spelling of, now that you know to read transcription a bit. Can you tell me what's the first word here?
Grand.
Good. Very good. G-R-A-N-D. What is the second word?
Menu.
No, read it as it's written.
Manju. Manju.
Remember, I told you this is looks like J, but it's actually here. It's menu.
Menu.
Menu in the hotel, you get the menu, right? It's not menu. It's not menu, it's menu. Yes. It's a menu card, as we call it. And look at the next word. What do you think this word is?
Punish.
Punish. Very good. Next.
Touch.
Third.
No. You have to round your lips. I told you Telugus have a problem with this sound.
Thought.
Okay. Thought. T-H-O-U-G-H-T. Thought. And next one? Something. This is the third sound. Something. And the next one?
Marriage.
Marriage. Yes.
Marriage.
Yes. And final word?
Sleep.
Sleep. Very good. You're all able to read, which is very good. Now there are certain problems, okay, that many of us face when it comes to pronunciation of English words. The first problem is the silent letters, which we already discussed. Here B is silent, here B is silent, it's plumber, subtle, etc. The second problem is a problem of addition. Many Telugu speakers I have noticed, they won't say MLA, they'll say YMLA. YMLA, okay. A year is, year is added. Likewise, enjoy, no, it's enjoy, okay? Don't add a year here, okay? Likewise, karu, lightu, you add a woo here. Many Telugu speakers don't do that either.
Say car.
Yeah, that's just car, that's it, light, etc. Now the other problem is the problem of deletion. By deletion, I mean where you have to pronounce, many of us drop it. For example, in this word, yes, madam. No, it's not S, it is yes. There is a yes sound here. Yes. Yesterday I was absent. No, yesterday. Yesterday. Okay? Right. Yes. And the next problem that I've noticed is something called gemination. By gemination, what we mean is doubling of consonants. Don't worry. Worry? No, okay, it's just worry. He's a rotten fellow. Rotten. Worst fellow. People say worst fellow, right? Yeah. Yeah. So some of the things we get it. Okay. Now, yeah. Also, I want to, sorry about this, but I want to highlight this. This is a very nice thing that you can learn. Something called syllabic consonant. I don't want to get into the theory of it, but take this word. Can one of you pronounce this word for me?
Button.
Button? No, it's button. Button. It is not button. It is not curtain. Okay, it's curtain. Curtain. Yes. And likewise, missed call. Missed call. Next one. Missed call. Okay. Be very careful with your past tense. I worked in Dubai. Worked.
Worked.
Yeah, worked. Okay, worked in Dubai. Yeah, and so forth. Okay. Next one. This I don't think is. R is a big issue for many of the Telugu speakers. You know what happens is R comes in the word initial position, like all these words. R can come in the word medial position, like all these two word sets. R can also come in the word final position, okay, like this. But do you think all R's are pronounced? All the R's which are spelled? Are they pronounced or no?
Middle and final can be dropped, man.
Middle and final can be dropped? Is that what you're saying? Okay, let me talk about initial. Do you think it is rough or uff?
Rough.
Repeat or repeat? Okay, so you all agree that initial R should be pronounced, right? Yes? Ransom, rummage, etc. Now, what about word medial R? Is it brave or brave?
Brave. Ra is pronounced.
Ra is pronounced. Very good. Is it caring or kaying?
Ra is pronounced.
Yes, Ra is pronounced. Correct. Ra is pronounced character. Ra is pronounced. What about here? Is it carving or carving?
Carving. Son.
R is silent. Okay. Here, burden or burden?
Burden.
Burden. Okay. Archaic or archaic?
R is silent.
R is silent. Marvel or marvel?
R is silent.
R is silent. Okay. Now, what's happening here? Okay. Care, inquire, sow, spear. This is also silent. Okay. Now, you can see that, okay, word initial R's are all pronounced. Word medial also, some are pronounced, some are not pronounced. Do you see that? You tell me now, looking at this brave and carving, caring and burden, why is it that R here is pronounced and R here is silent? You tell me. Huh?
It is either ending with vowel or it is in the end.
Ending with vowel. But here it is not ending with vowel, no, but still we pronounce it. Observe it carefully. The second list of words and the third one.
Second is vowel follows.
Ah, right. You see carefully. You see, R is pronounced. The pronunciation of R depends on what it's followed by. If a vowel comes after it, it's pronounced. See, brave, caring, correct, character. Okay. But when a consonant comes, it is silent. Carving, burden, archaic, marvel. Okay. So that's one thing that you, if you want to refine your pronunciation of English, you have to be watchful about your R's. Not all R's which are spelt or in the spelling are pronounced. There are some R's which are silent. And where are they silent? When they come in a word where it's followed by a consonant sound. Now you might say, Madam, who is going to think about what is coming after our consonant vowel? That's a matter of practice. If you're conscious, you will clearly pick up. Clearly, I didn't say clearly. See, it will come into your system. Your system will absorb it. Absorb or absorb. R is silent again. Okay, so you just learn first of all what's the logic behind it. Then implementation. If you're conscious, I'm sure you'll get it. Okay. So anybody who would like to read these words for me, these 4 words for me, one after another.
K.
No. This one. These 4. Medial.
Carving, burden, archaic, marvel.
Okay. Carving, burden,
Archaic.
archaic, and marvel. Yeah, very good. Okay. Now, likewise, there's something called past tense. Lot of Telugu speakers have issues with past tenses. Okay. I wanted, branded, invited, okay, or missed, laughed. You know, a lot of times we make this ed form a very, very, very overt and very jarring on the ears. It's not a very pleasant sound. So make it very short. Okay, of course there's a rule behind it, but I'm not getting into that. Missed call, he laughed loud, she clapped her hands, he bagged first rank, robbed, amazed, wanted, branded, invited. Okay, so be careful about your eds. This is another thing which I have noticed among some of our Telugu speakers. That is marriage, carriage, cabbage. What is it? Tell me now. Baggage, luggage. How do you pronounce the first word? Tell me. Or can one of you pronounce this word for me? Number 7.
Language. Language.
Yeah, it is always whenever you find words with age suffix, okay, by and large, age is usually pronounced age, okay, not age. So it is not marriage, it is marriage. Carriage. Cabbage, not cabbage, okay, cabbage. A garage. And baggage, not baggage, okay, baggage. Luggage. And especially this word, you know, you should get it right. It would be nice if you can get it right. It's language. Okay, language, not language. Languages, no, it's languages. Okay, language, right? Now I have a few commonly mispronounced words. Okay, let us try a few, and in another minute or two, after 1 or 2 slides, I'll stop. How do you pronounce this word?
Dupli.
Duplex, right? Many of us say duple. It's not correct. It's duplex house. Okay. Is it fixed deposit or fixed deposit?
Fixed deposit. Fixed.
It is fixed. Okay.
Fixed.
Mixed fruit jam or mixed fruit jam?
Mixed fruit jam.
Okay. And we have already tried this. What is this? Rendezvous. Okay. Rendezvous. And can we try this?
Stew. 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 Stew.
First of all, no. Where do you think this word is used? The one which I highlighted?
Hotels.
Huh? Hotels, right? In hotels, we use it?
Okay.
Yes. Hotels, yes. It is sweet. Can you believe this is pronounced as sweet?
Sweet.
Yes, presidential suite. VIP suite. By suite, we mean a room, okay? You know, especially in big hotels, you have this luxurious rooms, right? You call them suite. Don't say suit, etc. Okay? Suite. It's something very similar to our sweet that we all eat. Sweets. Exactly. Both of them sound alike. They mean they have different meanings. and they have different spellings, but they sound the same. So what do you call such words? At least Faculty of English should answer this.
Yeah.
Words which sound the same. They are written differently, the spelling is different and the meaning is different, but they sound the same. You call them homophones, right? Homophones sound, words which sound the same. Pronunciation is the same. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, that's how this word is pronounced. Yeah. Now, what about this? Your gross salary, is that correct? It is gross. Okay, gross. Yeah. And this one is facade. Viva voce. How about this word?
Wow.
How about this word which I highlighted? Gauge. Okay, gauge. And remember, we already did this. How do you pronounce the next word?
Menu.
Is it menu or menu?
Menu.
Menu, exactly. And the next word?
Remix.
It is gimmicks. Okay, right? Yeah. And finally, yeah, let me move to this one. Yeah. Okay, now can you give me the spelling for all these words and we will stop with that?
Yeah.
Good, very good.
Remove.
What's the next word?
Remove.
Remove, right? Yeah, good.
I'm
And
increase the font, man.
Correct.
number 3?
Correct.
I'm increase the font kindly.
Oh, increase the font.
Correct.
Okay. Or maybe I'll put it in this mode. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Correct.
Correct.
Correct? No, not right.
Correct.
Correct. It's correct. CORRECT. And what's the next one?
Summer.
Same.
Do you say summer or summer?
Summer.
Sama.
Summer. I told you about the gemination, right? We tend to double it.
Same.
Actually, English has only one sound, summer. And what about number 5?
Remember.
Remember. Good. Very good. And number 6?
Recognize.
Recognize.
Nice.
Exactly.
Recognize. It is not recognize, it is recognize.
Yes.
And what about the last word?
Confidentiality.
Very good.
Confidentiality.
Yeah, that's really excellent. Yes, these are the words. Okay, cat, remove, correct, summer, remember, recognize, and confidentiality. Okay, right. I think I'm not going to deal with this topic because we are through. You can also try and read these words. So with this, we will stop for today. Can somebody read out these words for me? The first 2 words. No, this one.
Bottle.
Yeah,
Bottle.
don't say 1 minute. Many
Bottle.
English speakers tend to say bottle. No, it's
Bottle.
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 Please pronounce the t. 1 minute. Please pronounce the t and the l together. Bottle. Okay. Yes. Next one. Subtle. Very good. Next one.
Curtain.
No, curtain. What is it?
Curtain.
It is curtain. Yeah. And then yes, very good. Next word.
Library.
Rotten. Okay. And the next one, library. And next,
Rhythm.
Yes. And And the final one?
Prism.
Yes, very good. Okay, so I leave it for questions now. Sorry if I have overburdened you with a lot of stuff, but anyway. Sir, I think I'm through with my talk. Okay, so if you have any doubts, please, we're open to doubts now, clearing doubts.
And without your guitar session, it won't be fulfilled. Ma'am.
That online may be difficult to play. I don't know who is talking, by the way. So, oh sir, I can see. Yes, yes.
I'm Valinath, ma'am.
From Nellore, sir, NRC, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes.
Were you there at EFL University? You attended
Yes,
any
ma'am.
session there?
In the first batch.
Okay, first batch. Okay, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Anyway.
Thank you, ma'am. It's really very excellent session, ma'am. You made our participants very attentive and interactive also. Very lively session, I can say. Thank you. Is there any queries from any NRC? Query? Kadapa, please respond. Kadapa, you raise your hand.
Speak like that only.
Sir, you are not at all audible. Not clear, sir. Meanwhile, Rajamandri, do you have any query?
There's one word that UNGI is spelling of that fungi. Some people call it fungi, some people call it fungi, and some are called it fungi. What is the correct pronunciation, madam?
I didn't get first part of your question, ma'am. I couldn't hear.
UNGI is the spelling of fungi. Word, madam. In plant science,
Plant. Okay, it's a plant. We need to check, ma'am. Now that you know the sound system, you can check for yourself and you can read it for yourself. Like I hope it's there in the dictionary. Is that word given in the dictionary?
Yes.
Okay. Then probably can you refer to it and check the pronunciation?
The spelling is F-U-N-G-I.
Actually, I'm not able to hear, ma'am. Can others hear the spelling clearly? Maybe you can type at least, probably that.
Ma'am, you are not audible. It's not clear.
Yeah,
Very
it's
low. Very low.
Yes. Am I audible to you, madam? Can I speak?
Yes.
Madam.
Otherwise, you can type in chat box, ma'am.
Type in chat box.
Okay. Then I will get it.
Is it the last session for the day or you have one more?
One more session, ma'am.
Oh,
My
one
master
more.
plan is
Okay.
I am Vijayalakshmi from Dr. Grace Krishna Government College.
Yes, ma'am.
Vijayalakshmi from Dr. V.S. Krishna Government College, Andy.
Yes.
So I want to ask two questions, madam. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation. And we know that vocabulary is different from language. That clearly, your speech clearly indicates that. So I want to ask, my first question is, what is the major difference between American and British type of English pronunciation? Which type of pronunciation is being taken up by our country?
Okay, as I mentioned earlier, ma'am, we follow more of British English, British variety of English, because We were ruled by them. There are a lot of differences between American and British pronunciation, not just vocabulary, but even pronunciation is different. For example, I just mentioned that some R's are silent, right, in British English, but all the R's are wherever it's written is pronounced in American language. That's one difference. There are many other differences, consonantal and vowel differences.
Because many of our students are going abroad for PGs and also for other jobs. They are going to US, Australia, and UK. And can you suggest any tool to help the students who are going to other countries with regard to English pronunciation? Because majority of the technocrats are going for US.
Yes. Yeah. Any book you mean?
Any tool which will be helpful for the students.
Okay. I mean, there are a lot of sites online, ma'am. YouTube. They can, browse.
The best one.
Yeah, I can forward you some of these sites. I mean, to your coordinator, I'll forward, and probably you can take it forward to your students as well. Yeah.
Okay, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good evening, sir.
I'm a participant from Tadepalligudem NRC.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yes, sir. You are
Could
audible.
you, ma'am, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the so well-versed explanation so far, ma'am. Could you just tell me the fundamental difference between this pronunciation and accent, ma'am? I'm a bit confused now.
Okay. Accent is a cover term. Accent, British accent versus American accent, right? Yeah.
Yes,
accent is a cover term.
Huh.
See, the accent has two meanings to it. One is the way you pronounce. Like, for example, British accent is past. P-A-S-T is past. Whereas Americans use a different accent. They say past, in the past, okay? So that's one explanation for accent. The way you pronounce, how differently you pronounce. That's one thing. Second thing is there's something called word accent. I don't know if you're aware of it. In a word of English, it takes a stress on a particular syllable. It's not hotel but hotel. That also is referred to as accent. The accented syllable, the stress syllable as we call it. So accent has many more meanings, but pronunciation is just one meaning. That is how you pronounce words. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
And the way you pronunciation, then it was that.
Already
Nasi Kadapa, are you talking? Not able to hear properly.
It's a word.
Are you able to hear?
Yeah, not very clear. No, sir, not audible. Not very.
It's okay.
Not able to hear, sir. It's not audible.
Nasi Kadapa, your audio is not able to hear. V.S. Krishna, please propose vote of thanks. Dr. V.S. Krishna, NRC. V.S. Krishna.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. I am Undi Sudhir from Dr. V.S. Krishna Government Degree College, Visakhapatnam. So I am very glad that I am summing up for this session. Madam, we are all of us are very thankful for this nice session, madam. Very interactive and very informative about phonetics. We have learned a lot. We used to think that phonetics is little bit difficult to master, but this session gives us very confidence that yes, as the degree lecturers also from Telugu state especially, we can master this phonetics also reasonably well. Thank you very much, madam, again. And I am very sure that all of the participants in this program have enjoyed a lot this session. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and sparing your valuable time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Small
Thank you,
announcements to
everyone.
NRCs.
Yeah. Bye, ma'am. See you everybody.
Okay. Master trainers has to engage the last session till 5:15. You should not leave the participants before 5:15. And also to program coordinators, you have to send the details of all participants with subject and mail address by tomorrow morning so that we can generate certificates. Please note that all program coordinators has to send participants list by tomorrow morning. Thank you all. Happy learning.